Hello, everyone. It's Yogi here. I hope you're well. Well, it's been a little bit, isn't it? Like 2 days we have not met. And I hope you're doing well and you're ready for a spot of stitching. I definitely am. I have not stitched for 2 days, would you believe? And so yesterday, my internet was under some sort of maintenance. It started from like 11 p.m. But I thought, well, it's going to clash with our stream here. So I thought it's much safer to pause for a day. So here we are today. And it's our Maggie Day and Dimensions Day. And I hope you're armed with a Dimensions project here to meet me. Okay, if not, I need full report. I need full report. Everybody's got a Dimensions kit hidden in a drawer somewhere. Okay, go look for them. Go look for them. And so today I'm stitching Maggie. Okay, and so currently I've got Maggie The Messmaker, this piece, and also Max. There's another kitty, another piece by the same artist. And if you're wondering which artist it is, let me show you the marker. Here we go. So it's adorable, isn't it? And this piece is kind of charted, it's not confetti piece, it's not huge, but it's so charming. And it's full of different techniques incorporated into one chart. So it's got cross stitches and various other embroidery techniques as well, including back stitching. Some people don't like back stitching. I love back stitching. If there's a chart with back stitching, I'm excited. And I also love French knots as well. A lot of people don't like them. I love French knots. And so this piece has got French knots as well, all my favorite things. And this is a piece of artwork by an artist called Charles Wysocki. Okay, I'm pretty sure I butchered the name, but I don't care. You know who it is. Okay, apparently it's quite famous in America in particular. And so this piece is about this little kitty Maggie messing around in the craft room. And it's kind of, there's a certain order in the chaos, and I love it. It's so charming, adorable, and every single object in this craft room is just, it's just a dream. And this is the third time I'm stitching this piece, okay? So most of you probably know the history. I'm not going to repeat, but this time, hopefully, third time lucky. I'm stitching with you. A lot of you are right at this moment stitching, or going to stitch this piece with me. So let me show you the progress so far. So this piece, I started this year actually, when I have no idea. I don't remember anything to do with dates, okay? When it comes to numbers, no clue, but been a few months now. And so this is where I am. So what you're looking at is pretty much just the cross stitching and 10 stitches. On top of, these 2 stitches, as I said, there's going to be all sort of embroidery stitches on top of it. So it's going to look absolutely gorgeous. And so this is not a huge piece. We're talking about 252 by 215, so roughly about 250 by 200-ish, landscape-ish, and let's have a look at the stack. I don't chase numbers. I don't mind. I enjoy every single stitch, but it's also still fun to look at the progress. So currently, 7.14. It's not bad at all. I'm not that far away from 10%. Which is, 90% to go, and by then, okay, and so you can see on the left side panel, it's a long list of different stitches, long stitch, back stitch, half stitch, you name it. And in terms of numbers, very modest, 44 solid colors, single colors with 2 strands, and 13 blend colors, meaning that the one, each strand is different. That could vary from, I've seen combination of 2 strands with 2 different colors, 3 strands with 2 different colors, etc. So this piece, every stitch is slightly different, and is so well charted. It's using all sorts of combinations of different stitches and also number of strands to create different texture. It's so good. It's so good. It's a timeless classic, okay? So I am going to start a sprint right here in front of you. And this is the little counter that is going to capture every single stitch I'm going to be doing today. Normally, I'm not doing too bad with dimensions. So let's see how I'm going to be doing today. And before I even start a single stitch, I want to say hello to all of you. Did you miss me? Please lie. And if you don't miss me, don't say anything, okay? And if you miss me, wave your little hand, please. Let's have a look. Who have I got here with me today? It's our lovely Rajal. Rajal, I hope you're feeling better. Rajal says, hello, everyone. Happy Stitching Wednesday. Happy Wednesday stitching to you. Happy every day. And we also have Means Fusioners. Hello, hello. Saying hello to Rajal. And I love it when, you know, all the stitchers, they're just greeting each other. They, you know, gradually you get to know majority of the regulars, don't you? So it's wonderful. It's like coming here to meet friends and who stitch with you. And Clara says hello, waving little hands there. And Chelsea Summers as well says hello, everyone. Great to see you. And the Mickey Mew, hello, great to see you. And Busy Mum is reporting from work club as usual. Today's Wednesday, isn't it? I lost track of what day it is. And Sarah is also here. Great to see you, Sarah. And our lovely Suzanne is also here. And who else is here? McLaren. Hello, hello. And our lovely Susan waving at the chat. And our beautiful Michelle as well, waving with 2 hands, not 3 hands. Sometimes stitches waving with, you know, on more than 2 hands. I always wonder, where did you get that extra hand? It's quite mysterious. And Baduhi as well. Hello. And Amanda as well. Welcome back. And Barking Mad. Hello. I'm not being rude, am I? It's Barking Mad. I'm just saying what's on the screen. And Barking Mad says, hello, hope you're well. And Grace Houston is also here. And Catherine Ryan and Peaches and Heather House is also here as well. Yes, it's a beautiful stitching day, Heather. And is it Alicia Rue? If you're new to us, I've just butchered your name. And hello to you. Welcome. And Marie Solas is here as well. And Love Drunk as well. And Chivis, great to see you. And who else have we got? Gayla as well. Gayla says, good day indeed. And, you know, it's evening over here. But over where you are, it could be, maybe you just got out of bed and come to see Yogi here. And is it Pemmy? Pemmy is here as well. And who else have we got? It's a memory test, isn't it? And Lynn is here as well. Lynn says, hi, Yogi, and all stitches. Hello, Cynthia, as usual. And miss you, Yogi. Oh, finally, someone is missing Yogi, you know? And, oh, all the hands. Sorry, I forgot. But yes, everybody is saying, I miss Yogi. Well done, guys. Yes. And I miss you too. I miss you all. And who else is here? Janine, hello. How many hands do you have, Janine? We have, you know, mysterious, you know, stitchers in the chat. Like, they've got a lot of hands. Oh, it's so unfair. I only have 2. Only 2 of them, okay? And they're not working very well. They're quite slow. And Cindy is also here as well. Hello. And Rachel has joined us as well. And Siri Z, I managed to get to the bottom of the list. Wonderful. Badil is also here. And Galen is also here in the chat as well. Oh, I did it. Wonderful. And so, yes, I'm stitching Maggie today. What are you stitching then? I need to know. And let's have a look. I can't believe we just did our marathon, our 10-hour marathon, only a few days ago. It feels like a long time ago for some reason. And yes, we only did it on Saturday, didn't we? And if you weren't here, there's an archive. You can go watch it, and it captures every single minute. We did really, really well. And it's quite strange. Marathon, for me, it feels, you know, we've probably done about 5 or 6 of them, and we did one sort of half marathon as well, about 6 hours. They always feel effortless for me. I don't know. Even the New Year one, we did 11 hours. It felt effortless. And it's just so much fun, so much fun. And we're definitely going to do more. So keep your eye on the stream here. And I always make announcements. You know, if you come in and go, I have no idea you've been having live sort of a marathon. It's because you weren't here. You have to join us every day and catch up with the situation. And we have more coming up, particularly in June. You know, we have paper. What is it? Paper only challenge. Some of you might not be looking forward to that. I am. Paper only challenge. Okay, paper chart only challenge for 10 days. That's coming up as well. And we also have other styles coming up. Okay, and we will tackle each one of them one by one. We're athletes. So today, I am going to focus on this area. The same area that I was focusing on last session, if you remember. I have officially entered the Maggie zone. So far, I started from the center with this piece. This is 18 count, by the way. This is what the chart is calling for. And so far, the focal point has been the sewing machine here. Okay, you can see a little bit here, and all of lovely little items around it. But the focal point is on Maggie, isn't it? So this is actually Maggie's face here. And so I'm really excited. So I'm going to focus more on Maggie and also surrounding area, because Maggie is mostly white and black. So if I just keep stitching white and black, I'll probably get a little bit bored, even though Maggie's absolutely lovely. But so there's some other colors about Maggie here as well. So I'm going to just pick and choose and just stitch what I like. I am very excited. We're officially in the Maggie zone. And I know quite a few of you are stitching this piece as well. And so I love to know your progress. I bet you're way ahead of me, but I'm taking it nice and slow here. So what I'm going to do is to look at this area here. I think I am going to start from the Maggie zone here and gradually spreading out. I still have a little bit of the sewing machine of this well here. I might do that as well. Why don't I start there? Let's have a look. Let me check the colors. I like to start with sort of slightly stronger colors. So, it just helps me to warm up a little bit. So why don't I start with this color? It's kind of greeny, greenish kind of color here. So I'm going to start here. And let me just zoom in a little bit so you can see what I'm doing here. And let's have a look. And, Lorraine Nicholson says, hi, everyone. Glad to be here again. Yes, welcome. And Steve is also here as well. Our gentleman stitcher, welcome. And so, Chelsea, you speak too soon, okay? Chelsea, look at Chelsea. Chelsea says, paper chart only style, no thank you. Chelsea, I'll check again with you. I bet when you see everybody doing it, you're going to want to join in. You're going to join in, for sure. And that's why it's a challenge, Chelsea. Otherwise, it would be just a retreat, wouldn't it? 645 is my starting color. And paper is definitely Steve's element, isn't it? So Steve is a paper person, and Susan as well. We've got a few paper girls and gentlemen, so we need your guidance. 645. Okay, and as stitchers, we constantly looking for challenges, don't we? We do marathon. And, to build up our endurance. And we have retreat. And, for relaxation, we just did a 14 count retreat not very long ago. And then, we have other types of challenges. We do SAL together, all sorts. So we become all-rounded athletes. So, if you talk to a sports person, they never say no to a challenge. They love it. Let's have a look. And Mandy Moran is also here. Hello. And Suki has joined us as well. Janine says, Stamp Kit, count in the paper chart, paper challenge. I think Janine has been exploring the loophole, okay? Because if you're stitching a stamp kit, there's no charge involved. So is that technically, you know, allowed or not allowed? You decide, you decide. Here we go. So I'm going to start here with this beautiful green, really earthy green. So this color is actually 2-strand full cross, nice and easy. So with this chart, you really have to pay attention when you change colors because every stitch may have different requirements, different specs. Sometimes 2-strand, 3-strand. I'm pretty sure Max, the other chart, already I've already come across 4-strand, 10 stitches. This one, so far, the largest, the thickest, the fullest 10 stitches are 3 strands. So the chart is slightly differently. I think Max has a lot more 10 stitches. So no parking today, okay? Occasionally I might dock the thread on the side, but fundamentally no parking. Hi, Lefty. Lefty Gemini has joined us, says hello all. I have my first counted cross stitch. I'm ready for paper chart week. Oh, there you go. It will be a crash course for me, for sure. You know what? You know, what I love about having a challenge is I have some sort of high-level plans in my head, but nothing really sort of, you know, detailed. And I love it. I can just dive in and work it out as I go. So I have some idea how I'm going to tackle the paper chart challenge, you know, how I'm going to block off a certain area of the chart and print that particular page out and work with that. So that's kind of, you know, as far as I go in terms of, you know, how try to work out how I'm going to do it. But the remaining part of it, the actual stitching, I'm gonna just figure it out as I go. And this is part of the fun because it's about having a challenge in front of you, and you just embrace it, and you know, learn new ways of doing it. Absolutely, I think we're just so spoiled with the apps, and I love the apps. You know, don't get me wrong, but it's nice to remove that and see how you can do. So I'm going to just dot this. Well, in fact, why don't I stitch it? No, actually, I want this internal dialogue, talking out loud here. I am going to just, I'm going to stitch in order. So I try not to build up floating stitches, okay? So this is, I'm going to just lightly park here. I'm not parking, okay? I'm just docking it, the thread here, waiting for me. Unofficial parking method. All right. Let me just check these stitches underneath. If they're too pale at this point, I'm going to leave them for later. But this one's very nice. This one is also straightforward full crosses. And this is A44. A44. And I'm having I have a cup of coffee waiting for me. There. Monique, hello, welcome. Cedric, Sidri waving with 2 hands, thank God, not 5. And Sidri says, backdoor entry, knitting qualifier socks for Super Sock World Championship rivalry. Oh dear, yes. Sidri's a sock knitting, athletes for sure. Yes. Victorious for sure for Sidri, definitely. And I'm waiting for the great news of you receiving the, do they have the, just like Olympics? They've got like a 3, spots the top 3 people can stand on, and to receive their medals. I wonder if you have those there. I'd love to see that live streamed of Sidri receiving, the gold medal, And the other day, someone said, I can't remember who it was. You know who. You know who you are. Someone can stitch in the dark, socks in the dark. So Sidri, considering you're a sock knitting expert, can you knit your socks with eyes closed or in the dark, essentially? Can you just like not looking at what you're doing and just keep doing it, stitching, and they still turned out as socks, not other objects? If it was up to me, my socks will probably turn into, I don't know, a bunny or other types of objects. They will not look like socks. And TD Knitwit, hello, says, howdy everyone. Howdy to you. Great to see you. And no, so I'm not saying this enough, okay? Thank you for all the members, in the chat, particularly, coming to the streams every day to support Yogi and, to have fun with all the stitches. So thank you for your support. I'm not saying it enough, So because of your support, we're here. Ad-free streaming every day. Almost every day. We try. And, Suzanne, our fabric expert, says, I can knit in the dark. Oh dear. I can't do many things in the dark. I can sleep in the dark. Well, in fact, I can't even sleep in the dark because I'm afraid of darkness. So I always have some sort of lighting. I remember as a child, it was a battle between me and my dad. My dad, I'll go to bed and keep the light on. The sort of desktop lamp there. My dad would come in, presume that I'm sleeping, and would turn off the light for me. Because it's quite wasteful, isn't it? You're sleeping and keeping the light on, and I always secretly just sneak up and turn it on, and my dad would come in and turn it off. It's like a daily battle, because I'm afraid of darkness. So even now, I sleep with light on, a tiny bit, not very bright, but I just need something. So even sleeping, I can't sleep in the dark, let alone knitting. All right, let me check the next one. Very nice. Oh, you can see it kind of gradually transition into sort of a different shades of green. It's really beautiful. 647. This one is also full cross with 2 strands. 647. It's a little bit lighter with these ones. Daria, hello. Says, hello, Yogi and Stitchy friends. Happy stitching day. Happy stitchy day to you. CJ says participating is more important than winning. That's not the kind of talk we want. You're in to win. So I'm waiting for the gold medal. Steve says, I figured out a method to mark my paper chart that works just like your apps. Hang on, Steve. Let's have a look. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Technology. Where are you, Steve? Yes, here we go. So this is what Steve says. I figured out a method to mark my paper chart that works just like your apps, but manually with cheapo Crayola washable markers for safety's sake. So you're working on a piece of paper with markers, are you? And, well, I suppose the difference between paper and the digital apps, yes, there's some differences in terms of the way you mark them, but I think in terms of how you mark the stitches can be simulated with the paper. So for instance, if it's highlighted, you just, mark it with a highlighter or some sort of coloring pen. And, but I think the main difference, I think for us who are used to using apps would be the fact that, all you have to do, you just tap on a symbol, all the symbols light up. I think that would be probably the biggest difference, the search. And without it, basically you have to manually use your eyes to scan the chart. And that, I think, is going to be the most challenging part, because the marking, we can probably figure something out to do that. Different symbols for stitches and the part threads, for instance, if you part. But I think the fact that we have to, manually scan through the chart to find the symbols will probably be the most challenging part. Sidri says, I can read and knit at the same time. 5 years ago, not anymore. What do you mean read and knit? Oh, you have a book, as in proper reading, and then just not looking at your hands and just knit. So what has changed? Why can't you do it right now? Attention span. TD says, I won prizes at a retreat for faster knitter with eyes closed and knitter behind my back. What? A knitter behind my back? Do you mean knit? What do you mean behind your back? Do you bring your piece and knit your piece with the arms behind you? What? What are we talking about? What kind of retreat is that? It doesn't sound very relaxing, TD. But well done. Wow, we have very skilled, stitchers here who can do all sorts of amazing things, including knitting with eyes closed. Literally. Lynn says, Yogi, guess what I did yesterday? I sold Maggie to my t-shirt, and my partner was helpless laughing. What do you mean you sold Oh, do you mean accidentally? So when you're stitching your Maggie, how does that end up on your t-shirt? Well, the mysterious life of Lynn, yes. And Maggie ended up and become part of the t-shirt. That sounds very nice. Janine says, when I worked in the film photo business, I worked mostly, most of my day in total darkness, no light at all. Oh, right. You mean the old-fashioned way, in a dark room. Wow, but all day long. So you couldn't get out of the room and get some normal lighting, being a normal human being. I've actually I've been in a dark room for one project when I was at art school. I think they just trying to show you how it was done, the good old fashioned way. And so they had dark room, and so we actually went out and take photos with those retro, old fashioned cameras. And but I was totally clueless. I just didn't know what I was doing at all. Even now, even though I use cameras every day for streaming, I know very little about camera. So you can imagine with the old-fashioned camera, I was just, I didn't know what I was doing. But the darkroom was very interesting. A lot of chemical smells, though, if you're okay with that. But I was quite excited when the photos came out. Black and white photos. I mean, black and white photos always look good anyway. They always look like they're artistic. You can take a photo of, I don't know, like a piece of tofu. It would just come out looking really good. Black and white photos. But in the dark room, it's not completely dark. There's red light, if I remember. There's some sort of, light that's not going to interfere with the photos. So you can see things. Steve says, regarding the marking with paper chart. So guys, take note, okay? Steve says, first I highlight my chosen symbol. Let me just highlight this. I highlight my chosen symbol as far as I want to go with a highlight. Oh, this is what I was talking about. Hang on, guys. Look at this. I've highlighted it on the screen. Steve says, first I highlight my chosen symbols as far as I want to go. A highly visible bright magenta purple, and then I stitch them, re-highlighted over them with medium blue. Can still see the symbol. Right, so Steve has managed to find a way to simulate what I was just talking, what I was talking about just now. The most challenging part, which is finding, knowing where those stitches are. So if you highlight a symbol, most people probably, look a few stitches further and stop there and then kind of keep going step by step. But what Steve has just, Steve's method is actually look at the chart and mark all those stitches. Maybe not all of them, right? You just mark the paths you want to go. Oh, that's so clever, Steve. That's so clever. Yes. And that will probably bring it a lot closer to our experience with apps. That is a great idea. But it does mean you have to stop and, and do all the marking. I presume it probably won't take very long, right? So you highlight those stitches you want to do with one color, and then later on mark them with different colors. Round of applause, everyone. And yes, because Steve has worked with paper chart a lot longer. So, that makes a lot of sense. Yes, that I might try that actually. I might try that. So the thing is though, you do need two different highlighters. And I think I can see the benefit of highlighters because it's translucent. And the only thing is, because it's ink-based, those pens are ink-based, you have to fiddle with the caps a little bit, right? But I presume it might be okay while you're stitching. Because we're thinking about maybe get those pens that the ink is not going to dry. So kind of ballpoint pens. But those are harder to mark because, you can only draw very thin lines and you have to do circles or crosses, which is a little bit more labor intensive. So highlighter is nice as long as you don't have to worry about the caps on and off all the time. But that's a great idea. That's a great idea. 1, 2. I might just try that. 1, 2. Okay. Why is there one extra stitch? That doesn't make sense. Okay. This is it. One, two. Yeah, so you know, step one is to plan out where you want to go. So because we've been talking about that, the way to mitigate that was to stay very close to your you know, the stitches you're working on, rather than traveling far away, because you know you might just get lost because you're basically scanning the symbols as you move forward, rather than do it first, plan your, you know, your path and then move forward. Monique says, I bought pastel highlighters for my paper charts. Oh, everybody's, you know, getting ready with their own techniques, their own tools of their choice. I might get both. I probably would try. I'm going to try out all the methods. I'm going to learn from all of you, and I'm going to just try them all so you can see how it works and which one may be working best for you. I'm very excited now. Susan says, I rarely mark my charts. I don't see the point. Susan, that is not normal. I suppose you can probably get away with that with samplers. But are you saying you are not marking your traveling libraries? Because Susan doesn't have that many full coverage, but she does have, you know, traveling library as one of her webs. You're not telling me that you're not marking that chart. That would be highly not normal, Susan. I have to send you to the Alien Club. Yes, Steve. It's about full coverage because, you know, samplers, you probably don't have to go that far. I still mark my samplers on a PDF, you know, app. Amanda says, do most people light up all their symbols in digital? I'm doing a couple of charts digitally now, but I found one disadvantage to be that I don't have to think as much. So you prefer finding the process of looking up the symbols. I suppose if that's part of your, you know, enjoyment, it might be a challenge, right? Yes, I think the biggest advantage, if you like digital chart, is the fact that you don't have to look for stitches. Because some symbols, depends on the chart, some symbols can look very similar. You know, some chart creators, they're probably having a laugh and they just use two symbols very similar, like Gecko Rouge charts. They have not so much similar looking symbols. They have minimum, I counted them, probably about 10 different symbols. They're number based. So we're talking about 9, 2, 4. Literally, the symbols are numbers. And they're there to confuse you, really, because, you know, you cross-reference numbers, the thread numbers, with your symbols. So if your symbol says 4, but the color, the number of the thread numbers is actually 28, it's going to be mighty confusing. It does happen. And sometimes two symbols are very similar. One is bigger, one is smaller, one has got dark background, one doesn't. Something like that. So paper chart can be, you know, if you're not looking carefully, you can create problems. Okay, this one is done. I'm going to end it here. But the first time I stitched Maggie, I worked with paper charts as well. But you know, this is full coverage, but not very confetti. So it was kind of okay for me. Because at that time, I didn't even know that digital chart apps actually existed. It was way back. 647. You know, I didn't even know Pattern Keeper existed until around COVID, about 2022. Let me take a sip of my coffee. So this is Maggie's head happening here. Why don't I? Oh, lovely coffee. I'm going to pick up the same color again. 647, because I've got a few more stitches on the right here. Alandria, hello. Amanda says on the paper chart, I'm always aware of where I am on my piece of on my piece in relation to the rest of the piece, and I memorize stitches to move along the pattern. None of this necessary with digital. Yes, indeed. So I think if you are, you know, you've been working with paper chart, particularly stitching, you know, full coverage, you probably somehow you build up the skills and techniques to work with paper chart. So, you know, it's totally different if you're working with digital chart for a long time. You're kind of just not thinking about looking for symbols, because you know if you tap on any given symbol, everything lights up. So yes, that kind of, you know, skill is probably slightly lacking if you're a digital app person. And this is why it's challenging, right? With just 10 days. 10 days, we are going to stitch like 1924 or something. I don't know when. Pre-app era. We're rolling back time. And we're going to, you know, who knows? Even during the 10 days, we might gain some new skills. They're going to be useful for us. Maybe we're going to be less fearful of paper patterns, because there's still a lot of charts out there. They're paper-based. And a lot of people are put off by that, including me. But now, I'm going to embrace the challenges. Sidri says, my brain has changed and I'm trying to enjoy one activity at a time. Maybe that's a good thing, right? Because the other day we're talking about the need to be slightly distracted even when we're stitching. I certainly do that. You know, if for me, it's a great balance stitching here and chatting with you. So I have that kind of healthy distraction that my brain can go from time to time, but still being able to focus on what I'm doing. But maybe that's not the best thing. Maybe it means that I simply need to be distracted because I can't focus fully. So what Sidrid is doing is one thing at a time. Amanda says on the digital chart, to be your brain for, oh yes, a digital app is kind of replacing some of the stuff, the kind of brain activities that's required for you to do. Yes, it's a replacement of that. And if that's the part you find enjoyable, yes, you're probably much happier stitching with papers. And that's brilliant. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. TD says, we cast on, but then had to knit behind our backs. What? Guys, if you missed this, TD went on a retreat with some sort of knitting. Is it competition or some sort of... You have to knit behind the back. What kind of competition is that? And Cedric, can you do it? If you can knit in the dark, those of you who can knit in the dark, does that mean you can bring the piece behind you and knit from the back? Because it's different though. It's not just the fact that you can't see your piece when you're knitting. It's the fact that the position is totally different. Or maybe let's say, I'm trying to simulate it with hands behind my back. But why? That's my question, TD, but why? It's a challenge, for sure. Alandria, I'm glad you're alive. Yes, not mobile. Alandria, why are you not mobile? What happened there? I'm glad you're alive, but you need to be mobile. What is happening? All right, 648, 648. Janine says, old-fashioned retro, I'm old, I doubt the chemicals were good for me. Oh, right, the dark room. Yes, I don't like the smell of a chemical. You know, I went to art school and the first year I did foundation. So it might be the UK thing that, you know, if you go to college for 3 years, you have 1 year before you decide what you want to do with the degree, particularly with art. They give you 1 year to experiment, you know, sort of experiment with different disciplines and different type of projects so you can make up your mind and know what you want to do. So the first year we did all sorts of things and you know what I found, because I thought I was going to do fine art. And then in the process, I realized I'm a lot more commercial driven because I'm one of those artists that I really need a reason for it. You know, oh dear, I think we might have a little issue here. Can you see what's happening here? Why is it like this? Hang on a second. Why am I one row too high? Oh, no. It's okay. I may have just done one extra row above here without marking them. It's okay. All good. Hang on. Let me just mark these ones first. Oh, for a little while I thought I was in trouble. No. It's just that there are a few stitches I did not mark last time for some reason. It's okay. We're good. We're still good. And let me just pick my stitches here. Oh, that was close. Yes, I was saying, so the foundation. So I after 1 year of foundation, my realization is I can pretty much happily work on any type of projects. You know, I'm not big on sort of installations and 3D sculptures, but as long as the environment is not smelly. You know, I love oil painting and stuff like that, but I realize I cannot survive as an oil painting painter because the smell of the chemicals would probably just kill me. I got migraine, I got sick, and the same with the dark room as well, Janine. I cannot stand the smell of the chemicals. As I'm talking about it right now, I can smell it. I can smell the dark room right now. As we're speaking, I can smell it. So the smell stays with me and I don't do very well. So I realize I can't do oil painting because the smell is going to kill me. I can't work in a dark room. And also I'm not that greatly interested in photography. And I also cannot work in printing. So there's one area of art you can do. You can work in a very, very stinky, smelly studio with all sorts of chemicals. Like, you know, you can do all sorts of beautiful prints. You can carve out your mold and you can print them out, etc. I cannot do those. So that was my realization, my limitation as an artist. I just know, I need something that smells nice and convenient, something like a digital art. I love my sketches and drawings and paintings, but I need to work with mediums that, that don't kill me with stinky smell. So I ended up doing a lot of digital art, and that kind of, shaped my future. So no smelly art, okay? Jeanine says, a dark room, a black and white film and photo paper, you could have a red light. Yes, I remember the lights were red. And for color film and photos, never. Really? Ah, yes, I was doing black and white films. So with color films, there's no lighting? Surely you have some sort of lighting. How do you see anything? Wow. So you literally have to work with your eyes closed. Steve says, significantly slower than ab. Super slow stitch yogi. Yes, I might earn a new title, just when you think I'm not slow, I'm really slow. I can be slower. You watch. There's no limit when it comes to slowness. I can do it. I don't mind it because I think, with the paper challenge, I pretty much, even daily basis, I'm not really chasing stitches anyway. So, I just want to enjoy the process. So the process is fun to do and I'm learning new things. I don't care if I do 10 stitches, literally. And that's, possible. It could happen. Okay, guys? You might think it's far-fetched. It's not. But they'll be very interesting and fun 10 stitches. Sidri says, so you're handling one stitch 3 times, twice with flow and once with thread. Oh, are you referring to Steve's method? Yeah. So you basically look at a chart. This is how I visualize it, how Steve does it. You look at a chart, just plan your paths. It's almost like, if you're traveling somewhere, you need to draw a line on Google Map. This is where, where I start. This is where I want to travel. And you draw a line there. And once you're there, you start traveling for real. And then you mark them afterwards. I can see that happening. It makes a lot of sense. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is Maggie's face. Hi, Laura. Great to see you. Lynn says, Yogi, you could have plastic on the chart, then wipe it off. What do you mean? Do you mean like laminate the chart and just mark on the plastic? But why would you want to do that? You can just mark on the paper, so. What would be the reason to mark it on plastic? Alicia says, I'm so loyal to apps because I love watching the colors filled in as I'm stitching. Yes, but we're only letting go for 10 days. We're not saying no apps ever. Can you imagine? Well, maybe, who knows? Maybe one day, for whatever reason, there's no electricity. Electricity is kind of disappears from the civilization, from this planet. And there's no more apps. But with papers, we can still stitch. And that's a comforting thought. You know, post-apocalypse, we can still stitch Maggie and hate charts. How nice. So in between fighting zombies, we do some, you know, cross-stitching with paper charts. Susan says, I don't do samplers. I'm allergic to samplers, although I have marked some of the back stitchings on Traveling Library. The vast majority of the pages are marked. Susan, that's our normal. Anybody not, you know, they can stitch full coverage without marking their stitches. Can anybody else does that? Is Susan like, you know, the the weirdo in the village? A beautiful widow. And so, Susan, maybe it's me, because I don't really know the true definition of samplers. So it could be me just butchering the terminology. For me, anything that, you know, is being charted, non-full coverage, I call them samplers. So that's me. So maybe they're called something else. Cross-stitch, for instance. I don't know. Very nice. Okay, a little bit of a 310 coming up, I can see. And this bit is quite straightforward. I like it. They're all just 2-strand crosses. So no fancy stitches at this point. And just a good old-fashioned full crosses. And I'm right. 310 coming up. Spooky bingo time. So I'm going to take 2 strands, and I seriously need to top up my 310 floss. I'm running kind of low. I can probably steal my 310 from Gecko Rouge, because my Gecko Rouge is, it comes with tons and tons of 310. Tons and tons of all threads, really, all colors. They're very generous with their floss. And we have, is it IRJ Beland. Hello. Says, hello, Yogi and wonderful stitches. New subscriber from Canada. Hello, welcome. And she says, well, I presume it's a she. Maybe it's a he. If it's a gentleman, give me a little wave, okay? And I've been watching many, many hours of past streams. It's been wonderful addition to my daily life and stitchy time. How wonderful to have you. Let's give our new friend a little bit of highlighting there. If I can find it. Oh, there you go. So, oh, looks like just if the avatar is anything to go by, it's a gentleman stitcher. It's IRJ. And welcome from Canada. Yes, a lot of stitchers, they found our channel and just been watching because of the time differences, maybe. And everybody has different timetables. So, you know, it's not unusual for the viewers to watch the playback for quite a while before they make it to the live stream. So well done. Sound Stitching, welcome. Suzanne says, I won't be able to do it because of my shoulders. But technically, you probably could, right? I can imagine Suzanne can probably stitch with a piece behind the back. Other than the technical difficulty, I bet Suzanne can do that. The reason is, the question is, why? Why do you need to do that? Hello, Chiviz. Landria says, Landria says, I had a fight with the pavement. Yogi, queue several hours in A&E, only to be told nothing is broken, even though it feels like it. I have badly sprained an ankle and very bruised shoulder. Oh my goodness, that's a big fall. Well, I personally will have a word with the pavement, okay? That is not acceptable. How dare you trip a Landria and create such a... Oh dear. And I hope you're recovering. But I'm really happy that there's nothing broken, you know? So at least it's going to, you know, heal relatively quickly. And yes, sometimes, you know, things like that happens. And do not worry. And can you stitch still? Are the arms okay? But that's the most important thing. It's like if you're a movie star, if you're some sort of, you know, actor or whatever, and you get into accident, the first thing you want to check is my face okay? Is my face okay? And for stitchers, the first thing you want to check is my arms okay? Can I stitch? And can I still see? I need to be able to see, but you know, probably some of you can probably stitch in the dark. Ah, so the arms are not working that well. Well, then, Landria, well, I'll stitch for you, okay? Here we go. I'm stitching for 2. Yes. I think if for any reason, you know, you can't stitch right now, watching someone else stitching, I don't know, either is going to scratch the itch or it's going to make it worse because it just reminds you that you can't stitch. But do not worry. I'll stitch for you. Hello, walk away. Barbara says, I'm 84 and technically challenged. I make enlarge work copies of the chart and mark as I stitch. Yes, very sensible. If charts are small, you know, like Heaven and Earth, they do, you know, they have a larger printed version. I think they format the chart to fit into A4, but make the symbols a lot larger. And or if you have a printer at home, you can just print them bigger, maybe half a page at a time. But the half a page you can fill in the A4 sheet. And just stitch one stitch at a time. Beautiful. Beautiful, Barbara. So Barbara is a paper girl. We need your guidance for our paper challenge. Chelsea says, I haven't tried them, but I saw them at the art store the other day. Water soluble oil paints. Really? But that's technically not oil paints, because oil paint they're oil based, and they're so stinky. You know that guy who is really famous on American TV painting? Is it Bob Ross or Ross? Yes, Bob Ross. They reckoned, I think he had some sort of cancer or something. They reckon it was the fact that he was smelling in a lot of chemicals throughout his painting career. It was just too much, and it created some sort of problems with the breathing or something. So there's a health implication if you do oil painting. I think we have more pressing problems than stitching. When electricity vanishes, you never know. The world is changing, right? Maybe it comes to a point we have to defend for ourselves from zombies. That's why all the computer games, they're trying to warn us by every single game is about fighting zombies. You know, a post-apocalypse, when the world is destroyed, that we have to, you know, live in a different way. I think we're trying to warn ourselves through entertainment. A lot of sci-fi films, it's also revolving around the world ending, and we have to live underground, in the water, whatever. So, but I'm sure, you know, even when you have to fight zombies every day, you still want a moment of peace and entertainment. I think I'll just keep streaming. Oh no, I can't. I won't be able to stream. No electricity. Damn. Sarah says, I can stitch paper without marking. Oh dear. But Sarah, you know, you're captain of the Alien Club. You probably have a lot of other things that you do that's completely alien. So if you don't mark, like no marking whatsoever, like zero, just a piece of paper with symbols, how on earth do you know where you are at all? I suppose if you're dealing with one A4 sheet at a time, but still, there's a vast area on an A4 sheet. How do you know where you are? My brain hurts. Lady Hawk says, but how would you print the charts? You wouldn't have a printer. Oh, are you referring to the post-apocalypse kind of situation? Well, then we just have to, you know, kind of roam around the land, the wasteland, and look for paper charts. They're already there. Maybe by then, paper charts are going to be as valuable as gold nowadays. So gold might have no value by then, because why would you need gold chain? You know, it's not going to feed you. But maybe paper charts, cross-stitching paper charts are going to be precious commodity in a post-apocalyptic world. Because, you know, each chart is going to keep you entertained for a very long time. And we also need to find some, you know, DMC or maybe some CXC, something that we can stitch with. Oh, those things are going to be so valuable. Yes, Lefty, you can keep the zombies outside for a little bit and, have a few sort of zen moments stitching, for sure. Coyote, hello. And Joyce, hello. Great to see you. Right, so IRJ Beland is Luke. Hello, Luke, from Canada. So Steve has someone to play with, a gentleman stitcher. Walkaway says, Yogi, if we have to live in the water at the end of the world, our paper charts will get wet. Yes, start sort of laminate your paper charts, okay? Just in case. They need to be waterproof, okay? But then again, if you live underwater, probably not literally in the water, we won't last for very long. Maybe it's a little bit like, I don't know, some sort of underworld. Maybe there are pockets of areas that we can breathe still. Maybe some sort of underground, underwater glass domes that we can live in, like a fishbowl, giant fishbowl that we can live in. Yes, Clara, I'm right, aren't I? All the movies, all the sci-fi movies, and all the computer games, they're kind of a warning. Everybody's, obsessed about the idea of post-apocalypse world. I think human race, as a human race, we're trying to warn ourselves. We have some sort of premonition. That's where we're going. Yes, exactly, Clara. Laminate the chart. Start now. Get the laminator. Oh, there you go. Amanda is fully prepared. Amanda says, I own a typewriter, tracing paper, and what is it? Mimeograph machine. What is that? And a small printing press. I do not need electricity to print things. Really? Well, there you go. I think it's time to have Amanda as your best friend, okay? When the time comes, Amanda will be able to supply the world with cross-stitching charts. Susan says, maybe we can stitch all the dimensions charts we have. I think, by then, when the world ends, dimensions kits will be as precious as diamonds. Because imagine if you just have one kit, it's going to keep you entertained for ages. And, each kit has got everything you need. You've got a paper chart, you've got the threads, you've got everything. So all the cross-stitching kits are going to be so precious. Lynn says, Yogi, it looks so easy with digital charts. Oh, you mean using a markup apps, the markup tools. But a lot of things we do, I remember, well, now we have emails, everything, there's there's a way to track all the communications and correspondence. We just need to, hit search. We can basically find everything. We can trace back. I can trace back my emails 10, 15 years ago. It's quite shocking. And we kind of take it for granted. If we want to find something, we just go do a search and just expect everything to be there. One, two. Okay, good. Some good old-fashioned 310 stitching. More 310 coming. Luke says, I was a chart stitcher, but changed markup XP last year. New user to the Saga app after watching your video about it. It's a game changer. I knit too, mostly socks, but not in the dark. Oh, wow. Yes, you're fully qualified to be part of the group. All the things. Yes, you don't have to knit socks to be here, but then, you have Sidrit for company. Yes, I mean, Saga is, pretty impressive. I mean, neither, Markup RXP I have used I was a subscriber for nearly 2 years with mixed feelings. I used Markup mostly for my paper chart at that time. So we've gone full circle with the paper chart discussion, to bypass the fact that I had a few projects. They came with paper charts. I subscribe to Markup XP because it's got a relatively good scanning capability if you have paper charts. And with some tweaking, you could turn your chart into, interactive chart. It's not as responsive as or accurate as digital chart by default, but it's kind of slightly better than paper chart if you don't want to work with paper chart. So that was the reason why. But as an app, I have mixed feelings with Markup XP. I don't think it's great, but it's got certain features are quite good. But I think Saga as well. Saga overall, if I have to mark Saga at this point, I would say in terms of the features it's offering, it's close to 10 out of 10. I think the reason being they offer things that I didn't even know I wanted. But once you know that they're there, they're valuable, that they become really, really handy to use. But in terms of the workflow and usability, I'll probably give them 7 at this point. The things they can definitely do to make it even better. But currently usability, I say 7. But definitely, Saga is in a different league in terms of what you can do with an app. There you go, a lot of sock knitter. It's actually quite surprising because sock knitting is tricky. Can you see it? There's one ear happening there. And then here's the, I think this is the eye area, the right eye. So there's some back stitching that's going to go over it. And Maggie's looking like she's just so happy. Sidri says the 7 portals is actually the escape route for the end of times. There's a 7th portal. Yes, maybe the portal stitchers, they're going to find their magic escape route through the portals. The 7th one, the invisible. Maybe you need to finish all 6 in order for the 7th to open. And I wonder if you can take some friends with you, or do you have to go alone? One, two. And then one more. Michelle says, but who will have the 7th portal stitched by the end, by the time we need it? Well, that's the question. You know, portal stitches, you need to speed up now. Who knows? We might need you, you know. Mandy says, Spooky Bingo 310. Yay. Well done, Mandy. Yes, Nikki. all the portal stitches that I've seen that's being posted on Facebook group or Instagram, they were stitching frames. No, I haven't seen many stitches actually got into the nitty gritty. I think the frame's just keeping them very busy for a few years. So it's going to be a little bit before anybody even come close to finishing. And I wonder whether you can just stitch one portal and you can just escape from that single portal, or do you need to open the 7th portal? I wonder. Yes, Joyce is a sock knitter as well. It's interesting. You know, as a knitter, I almost try to avoid knitting socks, even though I had this, you know, fascination with socks. I was very curious about sock knitting, but I would not say sock knitting for me is not comfort knitting. It's more like a challenge. It's almost like you're trying to prove that gravity exists because you can't see it. And socks are so strange. It's shaped in such an odd way. As a knitter, you almost question, how do you even knit something like that? So it's more of an exploration to try to fulfill my curiosity. Because it just doesn't seem possible. You can knit something that is such an odd shape. Lefty says there's a movie theater in Minneapolis that plays movies in low light. So people can do all types of craft while watching movies. Serious? Wow, really? So low light, do you mean like some light? Because cinema tends to be quite dark, isn't it? You can see a little bit, you can see your popcorns, but you can't see much else. So they actually have some lights there so people can knit, but you can't cross stitch. You can't cross stitch under low light. You'll probably go blind. Knitting maybe, but ultimately people can knit without looking at, you know, what they're doing. That's hilarious. That's great. So there must be a high percentage of population in Minneapolis, the people who want to knit and craft. But then again, maybe the movie's just too boring. Do you not think, Lefty? If you have to go to, pay money to go to a cinema, to watch a film, and but what you really want to do is to knit and do crafts. Maybe the movies are not. They need to have a better selection of movies there. Maybe some zombie movies. Walkaway says, I learned how to knit my first socks from the yarn harlot. What is that? Is it like a YouTube channel? I'm trying to, well, my mum taught me how to knit the basic stitches, but from then on, mostly YouTube. I learned from YouTube, maybe some books. Maybe once upon a time, I had some knitting books, but not really. I mostly learn stitches from YouTube. Like, how I learned pretty much everything else. Suzanne says children used to knit socks. Not that hard. Well, I don't believe you, Suzanne. Sock knitting is not easy. It's just such an odd shape to knit, in my mind. Because even gloves, you can kind of work it out. You just knit, the palm area and then the fingers. But socks, just weird. Our feet are so weird. The shape of our feet are so weird. Sidri says 310 stitchers is also portal stitcher, and Jan the caffeinated stitcher also. Oh, do you mean YouTube floss tubers? Yeah, there are a lot of portal stitchers, but they haven't gone very far, are they? Have they? Majority of the webs I've seen, they're still stitching the top part of the frames. Sidri says the sock is made 1 stitch at a time. Fair enough. I know, rather than 10 stitches at a time. Thank you for sharing that wisdom. I know. But it's just that they're shaped really oddly. Oh, so Amanda used to live in Minneapolis. So it must be quite a lot of people doing crafts for them to even come up with that idea. Joyce, I understand it. I'm with you. Joy says that's exactly why what made me knit socks. I wanted to know about the anatomy of socks. Yes, I was very curious as well. So I tried sock knitting a few times, not that frequently, because I think this is where the one single sock syndrome happens. Because once you knit one, you've gone through that process. You kind of, you satisfy the curiosity a little bit. And so I kind of lose interest once I've knitted one sock. And because just thinking, well, I have to repeat the whole process for the second sock, that kind of, it takes a little bit of, motivation to do it. But I have completed both sides. Maybe once or twice. Maybe once or twice. But the problem is my socks are not equal on both sides. And I don't know what happens. One is always bigger or smaller than the other. Levdi says they don't bring the lights all the way down, referring to the cinema. Stitchers bring their own small lights. It's on YouTube, but why do they go to cinema? If you want to watch a film nowadays, you just watch it, you know, on Netflix or wherever. Why go to cinema? All the way go to cinema. Or maybe they're there for the popcorn and hot dogs. I don't know. I think the popcorn and the cinema, they're different, are they? If you just want to watch a film, stay home. And you can do your crafts or whatever with great lighting, you know. Laura says, did Oreo come back, Laura? Oh, Laura, no, I have not seen Oreo since the last time I mentioned. So it's probably going to be a week and like tomorrow. Yeah, no Oreo, no chocolate. I think they definitely belong to the same household. I think either they're just grounded for whatever reason. Maybe they realize they've been wandering around people's houses. I don't know how they figured that out though. Or the worst scenario is they moved. But that wouldn't make sense because they only really appear in the neighborhood very recently. So they probably just a new family, new, you know, new people moving to the area. They wouldn't just move away that quickly. My guess is they're probably grounded for some reason. Because both of them basically stopped coming to my house. I miss them so much, Laura. What do I do? I'm so glad I took some photos, you know, because otherwise they're like phantom cats. You know, I would never be able to prove they're actually, you know, once upon a time in my living room. I hope they will come back. They have to. They have to let them out at some point. Suzanne says gloves are hard because of the fingers. Well, I have tried. I've knitted gloves once, okay? No, I wouldn't say it was super easy to do, but I find gloves actually make a lot more sense to me than socks. Because the shapes are, if I can recall correctly, they're a lot more uniformed. You know, you do the palms. What happened there? Why is it Sidra says, was it your lipstick on Oreo that gave it away? Yogi, no. I wear a little bit of lip gloss. Okay, I'm not. You know, I'm not. Who are the famous people? They wear red lipsticks. No, I'm not one of them. I'm not one of them. So, is that what the fire alarm was for, Sidri? You're scaring the hell out of me. I thought I made some sort of mistakes. Have mercy on Yogi. Do not scare me. Wow, so Coyote actually looked up the cinema. Is it just one cinema? One particular cinema in Minneapolis, or all the cinemas over there? They have those lights. What's up? Laura, Donna said you need more stitches on the right. You missed some. Did I? Hang on, hang on. On the right. So let me count, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2, and 2 over here. So far, so good? No, I don't. It's correct. Oh, right. Hang on. Have I miscounted? 1 stitch all the way. Oh, I get it. I get it. Yes, Donna, thank you so much. Donna says, hi, Yogi. Oh, I'm just reading her message. Donna says, Yogi, this is my first time viewing your channel. Donna has unlocked herself because of my mistakes. Look at this. Donna says, this is my first viewing your channel. Please count the 310 stitches you're doing now. I think you're 1 stitch short of the count charted. Hope I am wrong, Donna. I think you're right. I just counted. There should be only 2 stitches on the right there. Donna had to, come forward, unlock herself completely. Despite the fact it's the first time Donna watching this channel, she had to come forward bravely and point it out. Yes, indeed, I miss 1 stitch. So there should be 3 from here, but I miscounted from this point, haven't I? There should be 3. So it's okay, Donna. You know, with situations like this, I can just fill in the stitches. It's much better than having to reverse stitch. Isn't that correct, Donna? Have you seen the way my technique for reverse stitching? It's beautiful, but we may not need to use it in this occasion. Well done, Donna. Round of applause. Round of applause. Yay. Well done. And Donna arrived in the chat with a bang. Yes, indeed. It's okay. Let me take more 310 here, okay? We can fix this. We can fix this. It's actually harder to count. I'm starting to create, trying to come up excuses. I was about to say, sometimes when you have a whole patch of the same colors, and it's actually easier to miscount because it looks all the same. So yes, it wasn't Cedric. Yes, because every time the fire alarm gets raised, I just automatically presume is Cedric. So Cedric, you missed that. What happened to your duty as a guardian ninja? What is happening to that? Donna had to barge forward and go, no, Yogi, stop. Yes. So Donna has saved my project. Save Maggie over there. As I'm here, I might as well do this bit. There's a little trail of 310 here that I was going to come back and do that. But while we're here, why don't we do it? So, yes, wonderful. So there's, the whole area on the edges here, there's 1 stitch missing. So I'm going to just put them back and all will be good. See, without you guys, my Maggie is going to look like a dog. Does it end up looking like a doggy? Whoops. Tiffy, hello. So 2 stitches here. So, why do I keep doing this? I keep doing 1/2 in a weird way. Let me focus, okay? It's all good. There. So I'm going to do, I am going to attempt Danish all the way, diagonally, up and back. I rarely do this, but It makes sense because I want to take the thread back here and continue forward. So take it ujjayi brass. I'm going to do Danish diagonal. It's a stunt that's rarely performed because it's quite dangerous. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stitches. Can you see what's happening here? One straight line. Oh, this is an advanced move, okay? Do not do this at home. I am trained after all. 1, 2, okay, there's one more stitch here. Donna says, yes, it is better to add just one stitch. I just had to unstitch a whole area of the chart I'm working. Beautiful stitching. I love the way you phrased it. Donna is using the right terminology. Okay, Donna did not mention the F word. She said unstitch. I had to unstitch a whole area of the chart. I love it. Yes. I sometimes have to unstitch certain bits as well. You know, 2000. Just saying. LRJ, yes, Luke says knitting socks and cross stitching are stress reliever. For me, I keep hearing about pineapples. Pineapples, chocolates, aliens in the video, all things I enjoy. Exactly, perfect combination. Pineapple, chocolates, and aliens. They go together. They taste great. There you go. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. And occasionally, you know, on top of all these things, beautiful things you mentioned, we also use the K word, okay? Kale. I said it, guys. Yes, it was me. I mentioned kale. It's also beautiful and delicious. There, I did it. Beautifully done. And then now I can come back and add these stitches. Janine, well, you know, Luke, don't mind Janine, okay? Janine actually secretly eating a lot of kale. She doesn't want me to know because, you know, it's just like that. It's that kind of relationship, okay? Pineapple pizza. Yes. Yes, pineapple pizza has been kind of, you know, coming to the chat on a regular basis as well. It's not me, you know. It's just, it's the chat. So I'm going to just add one extra stitch along the edge here. And all will be good. Susan says, talking about pineapples. Are we talking about pineapples now, Susan? Susan says, I just found out I shouldn't eat pineapples while taking one of my medications. Really? Why? Why would any medication? What? What happened there? Unstitching? Someone's raising the fire alarm again. What happened? Let me just quickly look at my stitches. I think it's all good. 1, 4 over here, and 1, 2. It's all good, isn't it? Who is raising an alarm? All of you just trying to scare me. I'm traumatized. Have mercy. And Walkaway says, I can never enter sock knitting contests. Oh, this is a reply to Sidri. Yes, not many people can do that. I mean, competition just sounds so stressful, isn't it? I mean, it's stressful enough knitting socks. Oh, okay. I can see the problem here. Have I got, hang on. 1, let me count carefully, okay? 1, 3 stitches. 2, and there's supposed to be 2 stitches. Ah, so this stitch could be a problem, right? Can I fudge it? Let me just quickly have a look at the surrounding area. I might need to fudge it though, because I can't really undo it now without breaking anything. Janine says, you're off on the left-hand side. Where? This part, the left-hand side. Where's the left-hand side? Oh, here. I think I just miscounted. I have not marked this row. I don't think it's off. It's just the chart. I have not marked this row. Am I correct? Let me have a look. But this stitch is a little bit of a problem because this stitch, technically, I can remove it actually. I might not have to break anything. Let me just double check. 1, 2, 3. There are 2. I think my app is not up to date. It's supposed to be that row is stitched, right? So 1, 2. So I have to think about what to do with this stitch. And the stitch on the right side, let me just have a look. Oh, the colors are quite different actually. I might need to remove this stitch. You know what I mean? Because there's supposed to be 2 stitches and then skip 1. There's another stitch over here. Oh, Sidri, can you swap the green frogs to pink ones? Yes, this stitch, I was hoping that I might be able to fudge it. But if you look at the chart, if I flip over, that stitch is pink. So very, very different color. Very different color. So it might show. Can you see that? With this chart, to be honest, it's not confetti, but it's not as fudgeable. You know, like full coverage, very confetti area, you can probably get away with a lot more. But these charts, every stitch counts. So I think I'm gonna stitch on the side here and then come back to unstitch this one. Because hopefully everything's anchored down. So even though 1 stitch is removed, everything else is going to be where they need to be. That would be my strategy. Okay, so ignore this one for now. It shouldn't be there. It should be a pink stitch. But I will come back and remove that stitch. Or maybe I can remove it now, because otherwise it's going to get a little bit sort of dangerous to remove it. Guys, I didn't know we're going to get to this, okay? But I think it's time to bring up the power tool. Dun, dun, dun. I know. I didn't see this coming. I thought it was all going really well. And I can just add extra stitch. Am I not correct? This one shouldn't be that, right? So what I'm going to do is to just very gently remove this stitch. And hopefully nothing else will be impacted. Okay? So watch this beautiful technique with the green stitch. Can I have some encouragement, guys? You know, I brought out the power tool. So let me just zoom in a little bit and just enjoy the moment and observe the powerful technique. Okay. Hi, Lily. Can you hear Lily? Hello, babe. How are you doing? Oh, what's up now? I'm going to just remove this one leg at a time, okay? Laura, yes, close the eyes. Yes. 3, 2, 1. Lily's here to cheer me on. Yes, I know, babe. I know, babe. I'm doing really well, really well. Just frogging this, okay? Here we go. Oh dear, I just stabbed the other stitch. This is a dangerous maneuvering, okay? Watch the masterful movement there. There, oh, there you go. One stitch and the other one, okay? I'm going to just very discreetly remove this little tail here. Hopefully, as I'm moving forward with this stitch, everything is going to get anchored. So yeah, sometimes you have to perform dangerous, more sort of, you know, risky moves like this in order to create a masterpiece. It's worth it. And now everything is correct. I know. I'm that good. Everything's still there. Nothing's falling off yet. Oh, Tiffy, it's too late. Tiffy says, I vote that you just stitch that space and do a complete roll. Then fudge maybe like half a stitch over the correct colors. It's too late, Tiffy. It's done. And I think it's working so far, right? So now it should be correct. So I've got 2 stitches to the right there. There's 3 stitches here. Everything's up to date. Is it all good, guys? Give me a thumbs up if everything's up to date. Have I saved the day by performing that powerful move? And now I can just keep going. Crisis averted. Now you can open the eyes. If you close your eyes because it's just too much, and now you can open the eyes. We're done. Everything's okay. You know. Yes, Sarah. That's it. Sarah says, "Go, Yogi, go." Yes, I did it. Yes, it's all good now. Thank you, Sarah. And Joyce's drum roll. I can hear it. I can literally hear it. Walkaway says, Yogi, please pass me the power tool when you're finished. I know now you can open the eyes. It's all good now. But Joe says we need some chocolate now. We don't need excuses for chocolate, okay? And yes, we're another 3 minutes, literally. It's our chocolate time. So you're way within the chocolate time zone here. No problem. It's all good. Oh, Maggie has been saved by that powerful move. Yes, I'm going to look back on Maggie and remember this moment. Donna, yes. All because of you, Donna. We are safe. I think it's so good. 2 stitches to the right, 2 stitches above. Beautiful. And you can see the hair taking shape, isn't it? It's so good. And one of the main differences comparing to this, you know, the 3rd time start with this piece versus previous ones, I'm just stitching full crosses a lot more. You know, previously I would probably Danish all the way back and then the other side. But I don't mind it that much now. So my back will probably look a little bit different. And then one more here. Because when with Danish stitches, I like to go from left to right. It just feels better. So sometimes if I'm on the right side, I tend not to do the Danish because I'm going to end up to the right side. I like to start from the left. Very nice. I've got a little bit of thread left. Playing thread chicken now. And I'll see if I can reach the end of this block with this small piece of thread left. And the thing is, if your thread is getting quite short, it's not safe doing Danish method because you might go forward. You don't know how far you can go. You might run out of thread coming back. Or I think I may not make it. Okay, I'm gonna make this one the last one. Lovely. It's looking good. And the right eye, okay, the right eye is just below here. I was thinking, trying to find the left eye rather. I could pick this one here and start with this one. I've got my pass thread right here. So this one is 645, 645. TV says, so does anyone else here absolutely hate holding an open thread like me and stitch with a closed thread instead. What do you mean by that? What is the open thread and what is a closed thread? Rajal says chocolate time. Oh, indeed, yes. It's chocolate time indeed. Let me just thread this. We can have a little chocolate because after that, you know, powerful move, I'm exhausted. So I need to replenish the 5 calories I have just burned using the power tools with some chocolate. Okay, follow me, guys. Yes, bring out your snacks. And this is mandatory, okay? Luke, this is mandatory. Have your chocolate ready, all right? This is part of the yogi experience right here. Let me just zoom out a little bit so you can see where I am. And this little head emerging, just like that. I mean, this chart is so well done. It doesn't take a lot of stitches to kind of, you know, create whatever the images, you know, because with full coverage, I mean, fair enough, this is 18 count, so things happen a little bit quicker. But a lot of times with full coverage, you feel like you're stitching and stitching for ages, nothing's happening. But not with this chart. Everything is just happening right in front of your eyes. And today, guys, let me know what you're snacking. I am going to bring out my giant chocolate buttons. The bag is looking slightly worn now. I've been working on this bag for maybe over a week now, maybe a little bit more. And slow progress with the buttons. I still have quite a few left. Look at that. And they're all in great shape, actually. Only one that is broken. Only this one is broken. I'm going to eat this piece first. It looks like pizza. The other ones, they're all fully intact. Very happy. Because sometimes with shipping, they're all broken sometimes. But this time, they've done really well. Cheers, everyone. Pizza shaped chocolate. I'll try not to stain my fabric like here, okay? And it's not going to take very long before I get to cover my chocolate stain here. It's a chocolate dye. It's a technique, okay? I tried it on this fabric and decided I'm not going to go any further. Yum, yum, yum. Okay, so Tiffy explains. She says, so rather than having the end of the thread open with the needle eye, I fold my thread in half at the beginning. Oh, I know what you mean. Start the stitch with only single loose end. And the needle eye is just on the loop. Hang on. Is this what do you mean? You take a piece of thread. Instead of 2 strands, you take a single strand and just thread it through and fold it in half with the needle at the top, at halfway. Is that what you're doing? So, because most of us probably take 2 strands, thread it through with this piece dangling, and instead of doing this, you take 1 single strand, thread it through, and fold it in half here, right? So when you're stitching, you don't have to worry about this bit coming off. And yes, I know what you mean. I used to stitch like this until full coverage pieces, like heaven and earth, because with parking in particular, and you know, you probably have to swap and release the thread. With parking, you definitely can't do it that way. But I think for dimensions, you can probably do that. I think that's what I used to do before I started to stitch this way. And I'm with you. In the very beginning, it took a little bit of getting used to, because I keep losing the end bit. It keeps sliding off because I didn't know how to control the threads and the tension. So I pull too hard because if you're used to having both sides buried in the fabric, in the stitches, you're just used to a certain tension, right? And you can pull quite firmly without losing the thread. But if you do that with this way of threading, the thread is going to come off very quickly. So yes, I had to learn how to do it this way. But I'm with you. There's a certain comfort and ease with threading just two, with, you know, just fold the thread in half with the needle right in the middle there. But you can't really do that with certain way of stitching. It would be, because you're stuck, you can't release the needle. So Walkaway says, hot chocolate today in my dolly mug. Yeah, well done. Walkaway's got a dolly mug. And yes, definitely perfect for hot chocolate. Let me take another piece. And Tiffy says, bingo. Yes, I think that's that was the only way of stitching that I knew of right before. I nearly forgot about that. So thank you for mentioning that. Because nowadays I just take it for granted. You know, if it's 2 strand, I take 2. Or maybe I might take 1 strand but fold it in half and thread, with rather than thread and then fold it in half, if you know what I mean. Yum yum. Luke says, I have some chocolate cookies a few minutes ago. Good. You need to keep the snacking going with the power stitching, power snacking. Betty Hankins, great to see you. Are you snacking? You came in at snacky time. Joy says, I read a comment today. The stitching with the needle in the fold makes your stitching more neat. Really? Well, I suppose I can understand that. I can believe that. Because you don't have to worry too much about how firm the tension of the stitch. Well, I suppose you still do, but you can probably control it a little bit better because you don't have to worry about your thread sliding off. Yeah, I used to do that pretty much until I started doing full coverage, sort of heaven and earth type. Because this one is technically full coverage as well, but I can probably stitch that way with this piece because you don't change colors that frequently. And you always end your threads. I don't park, so you always end your threads when you finish a color. So I can technically do that with this piece. TV says, yes, when I realized the issue of releasing the needles being not possible, it proceeded to order 200 pack of needles on Temu. Well, I probably have, I build up the number of needles gradually. I don't know how many I have. They kind of spread out on my organizers and also my needle balls. I have 3 needle balls, 3 organizers. So I probably have over 1,000 now because every time I just top up like 50 to 100 and I just keep running out of needles. So yes, so size 26 and 28 combined, I probably have more than 1,000. That's how we roll here. Yes, it's a different game. I think, with sort of a hay type of project, it's a totally different operation. I had to change so many habits I had that I built up from the moment I started, cross stitching. Nowadays I manage everything from the front, and also I never used to do full crosses. I was always taught by dimensions to do a Danish method, you know, one leg at a time coming back, vertically as well, one leg at a time coming back. And I have to lose all those habits I built. And also the way I thread my needles as well. Lovely coffee. Right, I'm good. I'm back. Refreshed. Let me zoom in a little bit. So I was here. Betty says, no snack, Betty. Have some snackies. Joy says, with the open ends, the tension on both strands is different. That's right, yes. I think, you know, sometimes the two strands, some stitchers actually report that they may start stitching with two strands with the end bits lined up perfectly. But by the time they finish this two pieces, they're actually different. They could be like, you know, one becomes a lot shorter than the other, like this, at the end. And that's because as you're stitching, sometimes the strands kind of, you know, they don't line up evenly. And the tension, etc., whatever it is. So, yes, technically, it could look less uniform and less neat, perhaps. But then again, if you're stitching 25 count, you probably can't, you know, really see the differences. But then again, 25 counts, you probably wouldn't stitch two strands. And also, who's that, Tiffy? Also, with two strands, you know, you will probably only go up to a certain fabric count. If you're doing 25, you stitch it with single strand, you're definitely not going to thread and then fold the needles in half. That's $9 I ever spent. So the needles are good, are they? Because sometimes we have downs that if you get those, you know, bulk buy needles on the internet, they're not the best needles. But if they're good, and also if you know, lose needles, break needles as frequently as I do, maybe that's a good option. If you like the needles, then it's perfectly fine. Okay, right here. Joy says, I'm trying it out, and as we speak, and found another pro. It stitches a lot smoother. Because every time you only pull two strands through instead of 4, it's quicker. And also you don't have to think about how you know, the tension when you pull, because you know the needle is not going to fall off. Yes, I remember I really missed it when I had to switch to this way of threading. Yes, I remember. It's all coming back now. Actually, it wasn't that long ago. We're talking COVID time. You know, prior to that, I was threading exactly the way Tiffy was talking about. I was feeling quite resentful that I have to have this bit dangling there. But gradually, I just got used to it, so I forgot. And Jess who Nick too, says hello from New York, North Carolina. I nearly said New York City. Very close. And so welcome, Jess. Yes. TV says, but I actually think it's neater with an open-ended threading because you can adjust for the length difference. Well, I don't know about how neat the stitches would be, but it's more about, for me, because now I've got used to it. So I think my hand just, learned to adjust the tension. I remember when I first had to change to this way of stitching, I keep losing my threads because I just couldn't keep it secure. So it took a little bit of practice there. I think this is the left eye for Maggie. 645. And I'm going to just stitch the pass threads first. Jess says, what needle do you use? With this project, 18 counts, I'm stitching with size 26 needles. So these ones are a mixture of DMC needles, but these ones with gold eyes, they're from Prime, Prym. It's a brand. So these ones, it's got sort of gold eyes. They've got very generous opening for the eye, so very easy to thread with 2 strands. But for 28 size 28 needles that I stitch with single strands, I mostly have John James needles. Needle says, I also found there's less drag and less fatigue for my broken wrist. Oh, do you mean threading? With the needle, with the threads folded over the eye. TV says that Temu needles seem to come sharper, more of standard sewing needles, point versus tapestry needles. Right. So maybe they're not rounded point needles. I think both work, to be honest. Even with pointy needles, with a little bit of care, you can probably stitch just as well. I don't think they need to be rounded. Jess says, I broke my wrist two days ago. How am I going to stitch? Is all I'm worried about. Oh dear. It's frustrating for a stitcher or a knitter, really. If you injure your wrist and you have to wait for the recovery, but it will recover. So you broke the wrist. Probably will take a little bit longer. Yes, be patient. You don't want to upset the wrist by, returning to stitching too fast. And speedy recovery to you. In the meantime, you can just watch Yogi stitching. It might scratch the itch a little bit. Joy says, but with the close thread, I can adjust the needle so both ends of the thread are equally long. Do you mean closed or open? Okay, I am going to park it down here and wait for me for later. Right, let me just flip my chart. I want to have a look. I just fancy changing the color a little bit. There's some pink colors here. That's really, really nice. I'm going to do some pink here. I think it's part of the ear, the inner side of the ear. Very nice. So this one is a normal full cross, 2-strand, 3328 for a change. 3328. Oh, look at this pink color for a change. So there are 2 bits. I'm going to start here first. 1, 2, and 3. So these are all straightforward full crosses. Coyote says, is that blood on your canvas? No. it's yes. I was practicing my chocolate dye technique. Okay, so it's a tiny bit of chocolate, maybe just so happens kind of melted on top of the fabric because they're just great chocolate, and they melted. The chocolate bits, the crumbs kind of melted instantly. So this is what happened. But I will be able to cover it very quickly. All right, so close. Oh, close as in, okay, I get it. So close as in having the thread folded through the eye of the needle. I know these are all really, really nuanced things, you know, as I was learning to stitch full coverage that I couldn't talk to anybody about. And how nice we're able to talk about it. You know, these are the things, if you try to explain it to anyone who doesn't stitch, they kind of just look at you and don't know what you're talking about. But we know instantly what that means. Nido says, I had to learn to stitch with the one healthy hand, which was my non-dominant hand. I stitched slower and was able to at least stitch. I know I'm totally with you. If I have one hand, if my right hand, which is my dominant hand, if I get injured with that hand for whatever reason, knock on wood, okay, let's not do that. But if I have to, you know, rest my right hand for whatever reason, I will definitely train my left hand to stitch. I'm not going to stop. No. If I have one hand is still working, even, you know, half the speed, I would still want to stitch, for sure. Walkaway says some stitches twirl the needles to keep the threads. To keep the threads even and to keep them from twisting. I never remember which way to twirl that. How do you twirl it? Because sometimes, you know, particularly with two strands, when I put my needle under my fabric, sometimes I release the needles. I don't do it as often as you know, but sometimes I release the needles, and so to allow the threads to kind of just release any twisting that's happening as I'm stitching. So I do that from time to time, not very often, but it helps. I think I do it more when I'm stitching 14 counts for some reason. Because, you know, the strands are more, it's more noticeable because the stitches are larger. It's more noticeable if the two strands are not even. Oh, look at the pink ears. Oh, Coyote thought I cut myself. No. Luckily, no. It's a chocolate related incident. And it happened during the stream as well, so. Yes, but luckily, you know, that's the great thing about full coverage. If you have any kind of, you know, imperfections here, little accidents, you just stitch over it. I mean, if that happened over stitches, okay, that's a different story. That's not ideal. But on the canvas, yes, we can take care of that. This is so exciting. Look at this. I never noticed. Maggie's got very pink inner ears. Never noticed that. I've stitched this piece twice before. Not finished, okay? One more stitch here, and I'm going to end it here. Tiffy says, has anyone tried training their non-dominant hand to be the back hand? I tried for a few hours and cried. Oh, Tiffy, do not cry. We talked about this, didn't we? I think it was probably during our marathon on Saturday. We talk about how we position our dominant hand. So some may be left-handed, right-handed, but and it turned out, at least during the live stream, we did a quick kind of, you know, survey. Looks like it's kind of split in the middle. Some people use the dominant hand under, which is trickier to stitch, and some people use the right hand over. So there isn't seem to be a sort of, you know, blanket way of doing it. But why did you cry? I think with my left hand, I'm right-handed. If I use my left hand underneath, I kind of tried it briefly during the stream. It's not impossible, but it takes maybe some practice because I have trouble finding the right hole to come up, right corner to come up, because my left hand is just less in tune with, you know, my brain perhaps, because my brain is saying here, my left hand is going over there. So I think some practice is going to fix that. So no sobbing is required, okay? Just a little bit more practice. And why would you want to do that? Have you got one hand injured? 93. Let's have a look. I am going to pick 3328. 3328. It's a lovely pink. 3328. I think if for any reason I need to switch side, I think I will still be able to do it. I'll probably just be a little bit slower in the beginning. Because it's that body and brain connection, isn't it? Because it's the side that you probably use a lot less for intricate moves. Catherine says counterclockwise. So he's talking. So I think Catherine's referring to the twirling of the threads. I don't know how that's done. I'm not quite sure how to do it. Walkaway says twirl the needle. Give it a quarter turn as you pull it through. Oh, right. So you're talking about a needle rather than the thread. Is that to prevent twisting of the thread? That's too much work. I think I'll probably just give up. Yes, if I need to remember which way to turn my needles, that's not fun to me. I may have heard someone mentioning that, but instantly I just dismissed it in my brain because I thought, well, I'm going to just stitch however I stitch, you know. And if the threads are going to twist, let that happen. It's okay. I can deal with that. I'm not going to think about, well, do I turn my needle this way or that way? It would just fry my brain. Oh, I should go from right to left. Never mind. TV says, admittedly, I wasn't present Saturday. Yes, there's always archive, okay? And do the homework. We talk about a lot of, you know, really useful things during the stream. Because every stream, you probably get to learn something. I learn so much every single stream. Laura says we need a one-handed stitching challenge. Well, that's how I used to stitch with a single hand. I think it's more of a challenge if you have to stitch with a non-dominant hand. Switch side challenge. Oh dear. Yes. But then people are probably going to lie about which side is dominant. just to get away with it. Janine, for one, will probably lie about it. Okay. Walkaway says, I was just using 3032. And it was supposed to be 3045. I do that a lot. Sometimes I swap numbers or just, even because the reason I read out the number is because normally if I look at a number, for instance, 3328, and if I don't read it out loud, by the time I turn to my organizer, I've already forgotten what number it is. So I have to read it out so I can hear it myself. And this is how this all started, the calling out threads. It's really just to help my brain to remember which number, because number for me is just gibberish. I really do not. My brain just cannot process numbers, dates, that kind of stuff. It's all gibberish. TV says, I find that I need the dominant hand under to actually be able to find the stitch. Yes, me too. My right hand is always under, and my left hand is the non-dominant hand, and I use it for sort of, easier operation that I can see. Nito says maybe we should add that to the paper challenge. So Nito is suggesting for the paper only challenge for 10 days, we should be stitching with paper patterns plus switch side and use, if you have whichever side that you normally have the hand on top, switch to the other side. Just in case the paper is just not challenging enough. I get it. Why not? We like a challenge. We like a challenge. Catherine says, great for your brain to do task off-handed. Yes, it's probably good because we're so relying on using the part of body that feels easier. For instance, even the way you stand, the way you not just stitching, but just do, daily operations. We just go for the easier option. And I think it's good to maybe challenge the brain because it's the brain-body coordination, isn't it? So it's probably good to challenge the body to do the opposite. And, so your brain and your bodies probably become more flexible. You're not dependent on having to do things a certain way. Yeah, I agree. I like the idea. I think once upon a time, long time ago, I probably tried to do handwriting with my left hand. But the thing is, I don't even do handwriting with my right hand. What's the chance of me doing left hand handwriting? But it's hard. And you can get very frustrated because writing is probably, when it comes to, dexterity and everything else, it's probably the hardest because you have to be very precise. Sybil says I switch, so there's not too much strain on either side. I think it's great if you could do that. I talked about this before. I try to do that with knitting as well, because I was taught to wrap the yarn with my right finger. That's how my mom taught me. I think this is an Englishman method, and I did that for a long, long time. And my right finger just started to hurt. My right wrist started to hurt. So I had to train myself to do the continental style, to wrap the thread with my left hand and stitch in a different, and knit in a different way. And I managed. Now I can do both sides, I think. Still, I have not knitted for a little bit. But it's great to have that flexibility, you know. It's very handy. It's very handy. Rachel says, for twirling needles, yes, I turn a needle a quarter turn clockwise to prevent twisting. You do that with every single stitch, Rachel? Oh, my brain will not be able to handle it. First of all, I probably just forget doing that. And also, it's extra work, isn't it? Rachel, I'm slow already, okay? Can you imagine if I have to turn my needle every single leg? Dear, oh dear. You know, we'll have to change the channel name again. Jacqueline says, I use my less dominant hand over. It took a few days to get going on. I bet it's workable. I don't, you know, if you're patient and just let it happen, right, rather than trying to stitch the same speed, you probably won't be able to do that for a little bit. And the body will be able to connect, you know, because it's your brain telling your hands to do something. And if your body is not used to do that on the left side or the less dominant side, then it will take some time to connect that. But you definitely can. So if you start to feel, you know, maybe a little bit sore on one side, maybe it's a good time to switch side. So eventually, you know, you can switch either side, so you don't get injured or pain. It's probably good for your brain as well, isn't it? And just become more flexible. Janine, I told you. Do I know you or do I know you, Janine? Yes. Janine didn't even know what I was talking about. We're talking about adding new challenges to our paper-only challenge by switching the dominant side with the less dominant side. So, you know, if my right hand is normally underneath because it's more flexible, more connected, I'm going to have to switch to the other side while working with paper chart at the same time. And yes, I did say it to the chat. Janine will probably lie about doing that. Probably. You know, Janine's exploring the loophole for the paper chart already, saying that she's going to do 10 days straight of stamp kit. No chart is involved. Well, the chart is in front of you on the fabric. Tiffy, well, I think this chat is pushing the challenge to the limit. Okay, Tiffy says we should have a blindfolded stitching challenge. Oh, I think after that we probably need sort of, you know, hospital visits. Very, you know, quite a few of us. And probably be stabbing ourselves left, right, and center. And maybe, you know, even the kitties probably will not escape the injuries. Probably accidentally just stab your cat that's just sitting on your lap or something. Very dangerous, very dangerous. Oh, hang on. Have I gone too far? Where am I? Here, 1, 2, 3, 2 over here. I think I missed something. Okay. This one I've done. So only 3 stitches. Oh, that was close. 1, 2, 3. I just kept going. The little ears are so cute. They're so pink. I love this chart. Joy says smart hand under, stupid hand on top. Well, both of my hands are quite intelligent, okay, Joyce? Just so you know. Catherine says, I brush my teeth on 1 foot, then change the other. What do you mean 1 foot? You brush your teeth with your foot, with your feet? I just have a feeling we're going to come up with a few more ideas before our challenges. It's going to be a special one. Okay, guys, brace yourself. Oh dear, Joyce. Okay, challenge. Thread your needle with eyes closed. Oh dear. I think if I had to do that, I think we're going to end up with single-digit number of stitches, if at all. I'll probably just sit here for 3 hours just trying to thread the needles. Yes, I bet it's going to be riveting to watch. Just, you know, poor Yogi sitting here trying to thread a needle for 3 hours. Catherine says those are good to balance and complicated tasks together. Absolutely. I think the body doesn't matter, all sort of shape or forms, body and brains, they need to be challenged. Because, you know, without that, it's going to regress. That's just how it works. The body and the brain, you just have to constantly challenge it, and without forcing. You know, if you go too far, maybe it's going to be a little bit frustrating. But otherwise, it's absolutely essential. Just like exercise, right? You need to challenge it. The body likes it. The body wants to be challenged. The brain wants to be challenged. Absolutely. Oh, thread chicken coming up. I've got 2 more stitches. Can I do it? Oh. I've got a tiny bit left here. I should be okay for 2 stitches. Lynn says, Yogi, if your cat had that color ear, and you would take them to the vets. Lynn, this is called creative expression. Okay, Lynn, let's not take it, turn it into a medical situation. Yes, if the ears are so red, you'll probably need a vet visit. But this is called artistic expression. Okay, Lynn. I mean, Maggie's practically smiling. If my cat sitting them, you know, if I walk into a room and Dolly's pulling this face, I'll probably have to walk out really quickly. I'll probably think something's, you know, taken over my cat. I need to get a priest in or something. I mean, Maggie's practically smiling, laughing her head off. I did it. Yeah, look at that. And there's some really interesting colors. I'm going to just move forward and do those ones. Lovely. It's an orange. Yes, Lynn, do you think, if you think this is not weird, watch the next color, okay? that I'm going to introduce. 402. We need to, you know, we need to take Maggie to the vet. 402. Look at this. Orange ear, pink and orange ear. And take a sip of water here. Janine says, I will certainly switch hands and work in a paper chart. Someone's pants are on fire, okay? Right, there's a few stitches on. Let's do the right side first, or left side. Yes, this is what we're talking about. With two strands, just loose like this. Sometimes you do have to just make a bit of effort to line them up before you start stitching. Janine, do in the dark. Okay, so the challenge for Janine, she's going to embrace with open arms and heart, okay, is to work with paper chart for 10 days and while switching hands, so the dominant hands, you know, just switch the other way, plus no lighting, stitch in the dark, okay? So this is a challenge Janine is going to embrace and do for 10 days. Of course, I believe you, Janine. And also, all the while, you need to twist your needles, like, you know, 45 degree for every single stitch, every single leg. Oh, Joyce, have you decided? So for the 101 alphabet, 32 count, Linnet. So it's going to be quite large. Right, so Joyce has tested 36 and 40 counts and didn't like them, I'm guessing. So which color are you going for, Joyce? I really like the one on your picture, the middle one on the second row, because the middle one, the bottom row, the middle one from the bottom row, that is got a really nice tone to it. And I'm still looking for the fabric. I think I know I'm going to go for 40 counts. I just need to know what color I should be going for. Levdi says I knit and crochet as well as cross stitch. I always change my hook hold and change hands often in cross stitch. Oh, right, and crochet as well. And she says, I was a bartender for 10 years, changing to fight fatigue and soreness. Oh, bartending, that's interesting. So there are probably quite a lot of repeated actions for bartending. I've never done it, so I can't say. I have played as an extra. I played a bartender, but it's all pretend. Oh, hang on. Have I missed one stitch? 1, 2, 3. I have indeed. But are you one of those bartenders? They have to, throw the shot glasses in the air and catch and do a backflip at the same time? Are you one of those? I don't know. No, some of them do that, don't they? Show offs. I missed one stitch to the right there. And normally I probably would use my lane tool for this color because it's quite shiny, but I kind of given that up for today. I don't feel like doing that today. Behind your back, Susan. It's all coming to a full circle. It's so beautiful. I'm sobbing. So Joyce wants to do 2/2. But I think that, oh, right. So 101 ABC 2x2. Hang on. There are two different patterns. Are we talking about 101 alphabet? Because there's another chart. Is 101 ABC? Is ABC? Which one are you doing, Joyce? I was under the impression you're doing the alphabet. Because from the same company, they have another pattern that sometimes get confused with 101 alphabet. It's called ABC, I think. So Laura is doing 32 count, Lugana. Yes, I know. I'm going to sort out my fabric. I'm going to sort out my fabric. See you later, Rajal. Have a lovely dinner. And I hope you're feeling much better today. Fibonacci has joined us. And she says, I had to wear an eye patch for about a year. I actually got into stitching while I only have one eye. Oh, wow. Are we adding the one eye challenge to our paper only challenge? Everyone. Okay, wear an eye patch. And Fibonacci says, depth perception is really tough with one eye. That'll be a good challenge. Yes, that's what I was told. And also if I cover one eye, I've tried this and I don't like the sensation. If I cover one eye, I can still see everything, but everything just feels a little bit flatter and it's harder to gauge distance and dimensions. I mean, we just assume everything's three-dimensional. But yes, eyes are weird, aren't they? Because we're looking at things with two eyes, but everything, we're seeing one thing, not double vision. So weird. So eye patch, everyone, Lefty says just a regular drink maker, no tricks. Right, no backflips. That will probably, create some injuries. Walkaway says, you have helped me today. I've been waiting to hear from my daughter who had a biopsy today and won't have results for a few days. And she did well, just heard from her. Oh, yes, that must be so worrying. Yes, we're here to cheer you up. And, I'm sure everything's going to be okay. Walk away. Nido says stamp cross stitch is similar to paper, but you have to search for the symbols and look up the colors. Only difference is you don't have to cross out the symbols. That is very true, Nido. That is very true. You have to, you know, search for symbols for sure. I agree. I agree. So it's not totally cheating for Janine, right? But you don't have to mark them. That is very true. So Janine, you're allowed to stitch stamp kit for 10 days, okay? That counts. And in the dark, obviously. And with the project behind your back, and now with eye patch. But then if you can't, if you don't have to look at, well, if your project is behind you, I think the eye patch is a little bit redundant. What do you think, guys? Or are you keeping the eye patch? Look at this. This is so cute. I thought it was going to look weird, but the two colors actually blend in. It's magic. Magic of colors. Look at this. Maggie's little ear. And there's a few more stitches on this side. 402. It's so much fun, isn't it? Stitching. You just see things happening on the fabric. And I think cross-stitching is a lot more accessible in the way that if you can do a cross, you can do cross-stitching. You know, for instance, if you have a chart for embroidery that requires different techniques, you know, satin stitch, you know, back stitching and whatever else, all the fancy techniques, you can have the same chart, but the outcome could be very different from maybe beginner stitchers versus someone who's been doing embroidery for a long time. You know, you can definitely tell the difference. Not with cross stitching. I think cross stitching, if you can do a cross, you have the chart and you follow the chart, pretty much everybody can reproduce whatever's on the chart, right? That's the beauty of it. You know, you can literally create a painting on the wall, and you know, it doesn't require a steep learning curve. And that's the beauty of it. I think that's why people love it. It doesn't require too much thinking. You just need to follow the chart. Sarah says, I can only see my left eye. Depth perception is a challenge. So Sarah's got a one eye as well? Wow. But Sarah is so fast. You wouldn't know. So it's probably a great shining example of if you train your body to adapt, it will. Because the body is just, you know, is really good at adaptation and find ways to compensate whatever, you know, kinks that we have with our body. You just need to give it a chance. I remember not very long ago, maybe just a couple of weeks ago, I saw this video. I thought it was a hoax. I thought it was AI for a little while. It was this lady who basically only has her torso because of her, I think she was born this way, I think, or maybe when she was very young, she had to have her arms and pretty much everything from navel downwards, from belly button downwards removed. I think she was probably born this way. I can't remember. She can do so many things. She can take the shower. She can move around, first of all, in her house freely, with no arms, no legs, not even her hips So basically, you know, if you imagine from navel downwards, nothing's there. And she can take take shower, daily showers. She can cook. She was just doing so many things. And it's amazing because if you just told me that she could do all these things, I'll say, no, it's not possible. You know, you just need hands or at least something, or toes even, to be able to grab things. But no, she just, you know, you watch her doing it, it's like so natural. Our body is amazing. If you have a will to do it, it will happen. Our body will find a way to do it. So paper challenge is nothing, guys. You know, it's going to be so easy. Says Yogi, who's going to sob on day 3. Hey, Lily. Joy says, I test on the samples. Also show the CXC and linen are no friends, really? Oh, that's really good to know. Because they're both fluffy, is that why? Joy says CXC started shredding after a few stitches. So I ordered DMC. Wow. That's interesting. I don't have a lot of experience for linen, so why would that be then? Is it because linen is kind of less structured, I wonder? I think I'm definitely going to stitch with DMC with that pattern. Nita says those years are looking good. I know, the magic of colors. They kind of just work. I would never, you know, dreamed about, if I was charting, unless it's a computer doing it, I would never dream of using these 2 colors in a year. I think these colors are probably, because this chart has been around for nearly 30 years. I think these colors could have been sort of manually picked by some genius charters. Because I wouldn't have thought of using these two colors to blend. Okay, 402. I think they had computers back then. Not very common, I bet. Ginny says, I think everyone should do a stamp kit while watching Yogi do the paper chart with her left hand standing on 1 foot. Oh, I can stand on my one leg for a long time. It's very easy for me. I'm not sure about what's the stitching with one hand is left hand. Okay, I can stitch with my right hand because that's how I stitch before I learned how to stitch with both hands. But with left hand, one-handed, I will probably struggle for a few hours, but I reckon I could do it. I could do it. You know, it probably just take a few tries, bringing the needle up. Other than that, I think I can, you know, do the rest. See, Jeannie, that's the difference with you and me. You gave me a challenge, I just embrace it, rather than, you know, trying to find loopholes. All right. Interesting. There's some 10 stitches happening here. I'm ready. Yes. I'm really happy with the progress. Can you see the difference? You know, from a couple patches of black stitches, now it's turned into Maggie. A15, beautiful color. Oh, so this one, okay, 3 strands, 10 stitches. The first 10 stitch color today. Joy says ABC is alphabet, isn't it? But there are two charts, so I just want to make sure that Joy is actually order the chart we're stitching. It's called 101 alphabet, but I think Redwood Manor, is that correct? Yes, it's Redwood Wood Manor. They've got another chart. Sometimes get mixed up with 101 alphabet. It's called ABC something. I don't know if it's 101 ABC. So I don't know which one Joyce actually ordered. Can imagine we just end up stitching a totally different chart, which is fine. Levdi says, one eye, wrong-handed paper chart, standing on one leg, stitching sounds like a fun. Sign me up. Me too, Levdi. That sounds like a challenge. I can definitely do it one-legged, no problem. So these are 3 strands. Tent. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Oh, I love this piece so much. Let me just loosen this to keep the 3 strands quite even. Because the difference is, if they start to twist together, the stitches are going to look slightly snuggly. I want them to be nice and fluffy. Fluffy stitches. 2, 2, 3, 4. TV says I'm blind as a bat, and some days I don't want to lean forward into project to see, so I use a magnifying glass, and it's actually easier to see through with one eye. Right, yes, definitely use any kind of, magnifying glass or whatever. You don't want to strain the eyes, just not worth it. Oh, walk away. I hate those auto dub, channels. I always turn them off. I rather look at subtitles if I need to. I just find those voices quite scary. Those AI voices. I just find them very unsettling. I'm not AI, okay? This is flesh and blood stitching right here with you. Hi, Dawn. Dawn Horton says, hello, stitchy friends. Hello to you. Donna says, linen has slubs in the fabric, which creates increased drag on the thread. Threads that are not twisted tight will shred. Really? Wow, that sounds dangerous. And also, is there a difference between linen and linen even weave? Because some linen, they're very uneven. They just look like, you're stitching, I don't know, bushes. But sometimes, apparently, there's even weave version as well. Walkaway says, I saw a documentary type thing once on dimensions. There's a documentary on dimensions. Oh, I need to know. And Walkaway says they show one of their charting people making a chart, and they talk about their flaws. It was on YouTube. I need to look it up, really. Is it really old? I have to watch that. I'm so fascinated. I love to know how they create their charts, because just, they've been around for a long, long time. So, they started from those days when there was no fancy computer programs. You can just hit a button and spit out a chart. These have to be well thought out. They probably have to have some sort of team meeting and go, well, do you think we should use a salmony color, or maybe something a little bit normal? And there's some genius in the team just go, no, I think pink and orange will work well, will work great together. And they tried it. They probably test stitch every single stitch, right? Those days. They probably have test stitchers everywhere and go, well, can you try these two colors and blend them together? And they look at the samples and go, oh, I think that's a go. Yes, love it. Something like that. Don't get me wrong. I love the fact that people can just, chart with the software and they come out beautiful. But there's something to admire about that, manual process, isn't it? Hang on. Ooh, very dangerous. I was just wandering too far. Janine says, Yogi, you meet my challenge, you might go back to 60 stitches in 3 hours. I think if I did all that, right, standing on one leg, stitching with my less dominant hand, and blindfolded, and have the project behind my back, and also thread my needles with eyes closed, I think 60 stitches in 3 hours is totally reasonable. A rosewood manner, not redwood manner. Okay, so Joyce has got 101 alphabet, because there's not a chart literally called ABC something. I just learned. I didn't realize that. Yes, that's 101 alphabet. I mean, I've shown the markup there, so you know which one. Lefty says, I don't think I can wait for paper chart week to start. I think we'll have to start now because I don't have to get scared again talk myself out of it. Yeah, you can start now, and maybe you can tell us how you're doing. I think paper chart, let me have a look at the calendar here. I think I had the timing worked out. So today is 20th, right? So I think we should start next Wednesday, exactly 1 week's time. And I think starting from dimensions chart would be great. First of all, dimensions come with paper chart. So you already have the chart that you can work with. And also, it's a slightly, easier entry, because the charts themselves, they tend not to be as confetti. And we can ease in with dimensions chart. Okay, so this is the plan. Next Wednesday, 27th, I think, we're going to kick off. Yes, 27th, next Wednesday. We're going to kick off our paper-only 10-day challenge. Okay, guys, are you ready? And it will give you a few days if you need to get some tools ready, have some strategy, and maybe print out your charts. And maybe find, if you don't have a printer already, you can find access to a local library or work. You can print out the charts you're going to stitch for 10 days. And maybe do some research if you want to. Or like me, I'm going to go in blind. I'm going to have some, some strategy, obviously. I'm going to print out my chart, have some idea how I'm going to mark my chart. But I'll probably try multiple methods to see which one works better. Okay, so guys, next Wednesday, exactly 1 week away, we kick off our challenge. And we're going to do it for 10 days, okay? Lynn says, the last time I used a magnifying glass, I was really ill. Lynn, make sure you pick probably good ones, because if they're not made properly, you can probably get sick. Just like any kind of lenses, really. So if they don't fit, you know, they don't work for your eyes, they can really give you problems. Look at this, that's so pretty. It's not part of the ear. I think it's part of the background. Walkaway says, I saw the dimensions document a few years ago. Not sure it's still there, but I'll look for it. Yes, I'll definitely have a look up. If you can find a link, it'll be great, and post it on the Facebook group. I'm fascinated by them. Grace says, since you're okay to use stamp kit, I'll be joining. Yes, I think that counts, even though you know, I think that was a really good point. You don't have to mark them necessarily, but you know, you are working with a chart on a canvas, basically, and you have to find your symbols. So I think that counts, absolutely counts. But you still have to overcome the one-legged stitching and the blindfold. Okay, Grace? Joy says, I'm ready, sort of. Only need the pattern, the fabric, and the floss, and all I need those. Yes, you're right there, Joyce. Yes. Other than all these things, you're ready. That's the most important thing, Joyce. One, two, three, four, five. Lefty says, I have dimensions on Ada because I used to work on Ada. And all the dimensions projects, I think all of them are probably mostly below 18 counts. So they're all Ada, aren't they? And that's the beauty of them. And to be honest, you know, because dimensions patterns were the only cross-stitching projects that I knew. So I just presume all cross-stitchings were happening on Ada. I had no idea what even weave was. No clue. I think the highest count fabric I ever stitched before the full coverage, sort of, you know, before I discover Heaven and Earth, was on 18 counts. This was the highest fabric count I ever stitched prior. I love this color. It's so good. And I love the texture as well. Can you see this? The transition between the full crosses of these colors to, you know, kind of merging into the 10 stitches, which they're bulkier and more in your face. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. One more row. Grace says, I can manage that. Yes, exactly. The hardest part is clearly the paper chart, isn't it? The one-legged bit, no problem. Blindfold. Oh, I do that every day. So Joyce, all the kids, you know, everything you need, they're going to arrive separately, a different time. Be patient. I think once I get decide on my fabric, it should be quite quick. Hopefully, from Etsy. Tiffy says, as someone who does stamp kit, I will volunteer the stamp. Shouldn't count because the hardest part about counted is the counting and not accidentally stitching the wrong square. Yes, because there's a difference from looking for symbols on the fabric you're stitching. They're already there, you know they're correct, versus having to read off a piece of paper and then come back to your canvas and try to find the same spot. Yes, Tiffy, I totally understand there's a difference there. But for our poor Janine, you know, and Grace, let them live, you know, give them a door to come through. It's okay. Maybe, you know, 3 days into it, they're going to go, well, I'm actually going to do paper chart properly because, you know, it's more of a challenge. The stamp kit is too easy. Who knows? 1, 2, 3, 4 more stitches. Hopefully I've got enough thread. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to do a half pin. I have not done this one for a little while. Coyote says I learned how to count cross stitch. How to count a cross stitch from a book from the 90s. I know back in those days people have to buy a book to learn anything at all. I know. I think book writers are probably so pissed off because everything you can literally just look up on YouTube. Someone somewhere would demonstrate how to do it. Oh, I love this one. I love this color. 3 strands. Are these tent? Oh yeah, they are. Beautiful. Oh, I love these bold colors and stitches. 3, 4, 7. 3, 4, 7. I like a bit of a 10 stitch sometimes. 3, 4, 7. And these are 3 strands as well. Beautiful. So 1, 2, 2 stitches. Cassie, hello. Cassie says, good evening. Just starting Max. I don't like working with 4 strands. Yes, I think Max's chart is slightly different way. I think the stitches are bulkier, which I love as well. Yes, four strand is a different experience. I don't dislike it. I don't dislike it. It's a different experience. I think Max is kind of slightly, you know, bolder as far as stitches go. I think the maximum so far with Maggie that I've come across is 3 strands. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. See you later, Sarah. And see you later, Joyce99. Sweet dreams, Sarah and Joyce. Levty says, I've only ever done stamped in hand or scroll frames. I think I'll try this new county one in a hoop, but I don't know how to soften the Ada to get in it. I think there's a happy medium. I don't know whether you have, what is it? Whether you have Q-snaps. The Q-snaps kind of a happy medium for stamp kits, I'm guessing, because stamp kits, the fabric, they're the canvas a lot thicker, isn't it? So for hoops, might be slightly tricky. I think Travis might have tried hoops. He's mostly doing the Pokemon stamp kit. But I can imagine with hoops, it probably takes a little bit more work to frame. I don't know how tight you can fix it. 1, 2. But Q-snap would be perfect, I think. Janine says it's pretty neat how the chart has 4 crosses and 10 stitches as essence, and then the back stitching to put all thing together. This is what I'm talking about with these charts, particularly these ones by dimensions from this era. You know, imagine this chart was created 30 years ago and it still fares so well because it's so well thought out. Nothing is accident here. Everything is here for a reason. The choices of stitches, the combination of colors, no accidents here. You know, this is not a randomly generated, hope for the best kind of chart. And I bet they're probably trial and errors, you know, as I said, it must be test stitchers testing out the entire chart. They know what they're doing. Komori, hello Komori. Great to see you. Komori's here, everyone. Yes, you have many fans here in the chat, including me. Komori, and you're doing Library of Cats and a few other epic projects. Komari says, good morning everyone. I've been looking forward to see the cat's face embroidery. I'll watch it while I eat breakfast this morning. I know Komari is a big cat lover as well, and I know Komari's got a tuxedo cat just like I do. You know, your little cat is just like my dolly, definitely. So this is, you know, straight to your heart for sure. Great to see you, Komari. So, you know, at least today we don't have to talk behind your back. We can talk in front of you, in your face. There you go. For a change. And Janine, well, hang on a second. Joyce, are you still awake? Joyce has gone to bed because last time when Kamari popped in the chat, Joyce was in bed or not here. And Joyce is a big fan as well. Joyce, wake up, wakey, wakey. If you just wandered off to bed, come back. and who's that? One of your biggest fans, Kristen as well. Kristen's not here. She's going to be totally gutted. I know. This kitty is so cute. Yes, Catherine's been watching Komari as well. Komari, sincere apologies, okay? I've been so busy recently, I haven't watched your streams properly, but I will. I love to see your progress, particularly on the supersize, not double supersize, double supersize Cats Library. But I did watch a small clip, a shorter clip you released just a couple of days ago about your focus projects, right? You've got Traveling Library, you've got the Mushroom Village, right? I can't remember the title of that chart. And you've got the double supersize Cats Library. Oh dear, you're going to be very busy, Komari. Levdi says, I don't have a Q-snap. If I can't get it in, I will roll a clamp or put it in a screw. Yes, I think some people stitch by hand. I think that the canvas kind of, stitch enough, stiff enough that you can do that. I know we have a lot of Komari fans here in the chat. Ah, Laura, yes. You know what, Komari? What is the deal with your charts? Because apparently you can't buy it from outside Japan. Is it true, Komari? Because our Laura really wants the chart. So please help poor Laura. Walkaway says Komari's cross-stitch royalty. Absolutely. I think, Komari, what we were talking about when we realized you were doing the double supersize Cats Library, Library of Cats. I don't think it's exaggeration, okay? If anyone on this planet is going to finish that piece at some point this century, it would be you. No pressure, Komari. I think it's not an exaggeration, okay? If anybody's going to finish that piece, no offense to anyone else, I think it would be Komari. So we may be able to see the finished work at some point. Hey, Passion for Stamping. Good evening. And I think Kumar is on fire recently. She's streaming a lot as well. And Komari, by the way, I'm so happy that you changed your name back because I couldn't keep up. It's like the name is changing every 2 days. And I was wondering, who? Komari who? So I'm glad. You're known as Komari, okay? So that's a lot easier. Oh, I love the 10 stitches. I'm flying, guys. No 60 stitches today, okay? Watch me. And also, Kamari, did you make a set of the organizer that's kind of slightly similar to mine, with the floss card and everything, like this one? You know which one I'm talking about. Which project do you use it for? I saw you created one that's very similar to this one. Kamari is going to be so busy because inundated with questions. Take it slow. Take your time. Take your time. But yes, I think I saw you created one like this, similar. And which project are you using it for? Ah, Kumari says Yogi's floss organizer is easy to use. Which project are you using it for? Because you have several different sort of different ways organizers, don't you? And some of them look very, very intimidating. The one that you've got tubes, I don't even know how you make those. I like it easy. And thank you, Kumari. Poor Komari, it's just some of these questions. Needle says, Komari, do you have a photographic memory? Do you know where? Do you know where to put a stitch? Are you just upright? You know, outright asking Komari, are you alien? Are you from this planet? Oh, poor Komari. I know we have questions. And Komari, have you seen my messy stitching method recently that I demonstrated beautifully on our marathon? Would you ever try? And also we're going to embark on a journey, 10-day paper only challenge. For Kamari, it will be the easiest things in the world because Kamari was stitching with papers till very recently, the recent few years. I know, Lynn. Lynn, today you don't have to cheat on Yogi, okay? Kamari is here, so. I love this color. And just keep going. Oh, thumbs up from Komari. Komari says, to be honest, this was the easiest to use and most compact organizer I've ever made. Yes, Komari, it's quite simple, isn't it? It's really just floss cards bind together. And I don't know whether you're aware of it, because I think you created a set for a project, because otherwise you don't have to put all the numbers yourself. Because I've got a template you could download, but you probably didn't want the master set, did you? You wanted specifically for a project. Because I saw you putting the stickers on for the numbers. So any of you watching, if you want the thread cards, it's on our Facebook group. There's a template file that I share. that you could just download it with all the thread numbers already pre-populated. But it's for the master set. Okay, if you want projects specific organizer, you can print out the blank version of the template. There's a blank one with no numbers, and you can just print out as many cards as you need and put the numbers on yourself. And I think in Japan, this is probably morning, right? So Komari is having breakfast. And what is for breakfast, I wonder? What does Komari eat to stitch so fast? Maybe that's what we need, right? What do you have for breakfast? We need to know. Power breakfast. Maybe it's gonna, we can stitch a little bit faster. Not me personally, I'm hopeless, but our stitchers might be able to pick up some tips. All right, I'm gonna keep going with this color. 347. 347. 3 strands. Kristen is here. Oh, the super fan, Komari super fan is here, Kristen. I was wondering, Kristen will probably be gutted. Komari says, it takes me a while to reply when I'm translating into English. Sorry, I couldn't answer. It's going to do some stitching while watching Yogi's live stream. Yes, don't worry. Just answer whatever you can. Take your time and just relax. I think the stitcher is just happy to see you. It's like watching some sort of, it's like watching Celine Dion just walked into the chat, right? It's like the legend itself. Unless you don't like Celine Dion. Up for debate, up for debate. Oh, Lynn says, Komari eats spinach. Is that true or is that a rumor? we need to know. You know, what you eat for breakfast to stitch this speed. Super speed stitcher menu. What if, guys? What if it involves kale? Would you eat kale? One, two. Like papaya, yes. And papaya is eating spinach from a tin. Tin spinach. I've never tried. I can't imagine that being very tasty. Oh, Kristen, I'm glad you're here. I would just say, you know, can you imagine if you watch replay and realize Komari was here? Passion for Stamping says, I pulled out a paper chart to practice and I think I did more frogging than stitching. Well, it's probably going to be like that in the beginning, right? Because you probably need to ease into a method that works for you. It's not going to happen instantly. And that's part of the fun, the venture. Laura says, even if Kamara eats kale to stitch faster, we're not willing. I bet you would. I bet you would. Laura, when you're desperate, you know, you would try anything. Cassie says, I would. I told you. Desperate time, desperate measure. Amanda says, tin spinach is okay with vinegar, but fresh is better. Is that how they do it? They put vinegar in spinach. I'm trying to imagine vinegar in spinach, cooked spinach. That doesn't sound inviting. Betty says, I like spinach, but not kale. They're not that different. If you like spinach, you would like kale. I think, you know, the only difference is kale has more... Kale is more structured. Probably, you know, because spinach, literally, you cook the spinach, it just waters down to nothing. Cassie says, I tried watching reruns, but fall asleep. Hey, what do you mean by that, Cassie? You just start snoring as soon as Yogi starts talking. Yes. And Cassie says, did you take in Lily and cat named Oreo? I think last night Oreo hadn't been around for a couple of days. I know Oreo is unofficially, you know, I claim that he was my cat. It's a lie, okay? He's not my cat, clearly. He's got, you know, he belongs to a family, and he and Chocolate. But, you know, because we just got along so well, it feels like she was my cat. And but I have not seen Oreo since maybe since last Friday or something like that. So I really, really miss her. And Lily, yes, unofficially. I'm trying to be conservative here. I'm still trying to watch the interaction between Lily and Dolly, just making sure Dolly's going to be safe and not going to be bullied. But so far, yes, there are a few times that it got slightly, you know, iffy. But other than that, seems to be okay so far. So if Lily can adapt, you know, I'll look after him. He's very, very determined to stick around this time. So I take that as a message. Oh, hello. We have a friend from Thailand. I think Mod Siri. I'm not even going to attempt. Okay, I'm going to call you Mod. Mod. Hello, welcome. Good morning. Ginny, you know I love kale. I'm going to mention kale whenever I can. Okay. Oh, Amanda, you add vinegar. You put vinegar in spinach. I never tried that. I never thought about that. I normally just saute spinach and a bit of olive oil, some salt, sea salt, pepper. That's it. Delicious. And I've done this one as well. Oh, my stitch count today is going to be tremendous. And just looking at the time, 12:30. So I am going to just finish off this thread, this area, the whole area here. About 3 more rows, hopefully, until the thread runs out. Tracy say, I just got here and got slammed with kale. Hey, Tracy, watch your language. And I was kale slapped. That was violent, Tracy. How dare you? Laura says, my true crime brain says Lily got rid of... Oh, my goodness, Laura. Laura series. Lily got rid of Oreo and chocolate to keep the food for herself. Oh, do not go there. I don't... Oh, dear. There's a crime case happening here. I need to look into the garden. I do have a patch of soil there. No, I'm sure they're fine. They probably just ground it for some reason. Maybe the owners, they realize they've been out there eating or something. Hopefully I'll see them again soon. Cassie says, I didn't hear of chocolate, but I would just take them with Lily and Dolly. Yes. So chocolate is the tabby. It's really, really cute as well. I think both of them are quite young, maybe barely out of kittenhood. Maybe about a year old max. Because you can tell they're so curious. And chocolate is smaller as well, because Oreo is actually bigger in frame. But chocolate is probably about 2/3 of the size. Two stitches over. 10 stitches just flying, aren't they? Amanda says, I think vinegar on spinach is the Pennsylvania Dutch thing. Really? Interesting. And do you serve it warm or is it a cold dish? Chira, good morning. Great to see you. Betty Hankins says, we don't do vinegar on our spinach. It never crossed my mind. I never thought about it because it's just not really something that I would add on my spinach. It's interesting. I might try it. Cassie says, you have the sniffles. Yogi, you need to sleep. Yes, I think I'll need to head to bed very soon. I've got a morning class tomorrow as well. Not as early as today. Today, you know, yesterday I had to get up. This morning I had to get up around 5:30-ish because I had a super early morning cover that I promised to do. But, oh, I had no idea how many people woke up that early because, you know, the earliest classes, my regular classes, normally is around 10 o'clock onwards. And because I don't want to get up too early. So 10 o'clock onwards is kind of my, you know, comfort zone. And but recently I have to cover some early classes in the morning as well. I actually quite like it, you know, and a lot of people come to actually get up really early, probably before going to work. So it's a different crowd. They actually want to practice before going to work. And the only thing I have to be very mindful teaching classes like that is to be precisely punctual to an end on time, because I've got a habit of extending the class. The class is just a few more minutes, you know, just give them a longer shavasana at the end. But with morning classes, you have to be on the dot and finish on the dot, because they're not going to be very happy if they're late for work. I've got 2 more stitches. That's it. Oh, look at this. The whole patch is done. Look at this. I have no idea what it is, but it's exciting. Oh dear. Oh, Cassie says, has anybody watched The Crash on Netflix? Is it about that really young girl crash the car and unfortunately ended her boyfriend and a friend's life? It's a strange case, isn't it? It's really weird and twisted. See you later, walk away. I haven't got Netflix nowadays, so I can't watch them, but I have followed a little bit on sort of, you know, law and crime, stuff like that. It's quite a disturbing case. And also, I think she went for did she have a trial? She had a trial, a bench trial, didn't she? She had the judge, instead of decided by jury, am I correct? She had the judge basically deciding whether she's guilty or not, and she was found firmly guilty, I'm afraid. So that's the case. But it's very upsetting, so all right then. This is where I am today, guys. Look at this. And I could have just kept going, but I do have to get up quite early tomorrow morning. So I'm trying to be sensible here. So here we are. We have we're firmly in the Maggie zone, and a little bit at the back as well, the background. I don't know what it is I'm stitching. I try not to look at the markup too frequently, so it's a surprise. But this is definitely Maggie with the smiley faces here, smiley eyes. So guys, are you curious? Are you curious about my stitch count? Oh, Grace says, Yogi, I think you added 1 extra stitch. Have I? Really? I think I'm okay. 2 stitches. 1, 2, 3. Oh, never mind. I'll fix that next time. I got too excited. Yes. I think this... Grace, you didn't have to point that out, you know? You could have just let it go. And yes. Here we go. So I will fix that. Yes, Grace, you're quite right. I've gone 1 stitch too far, 1 stitch too far. So here we go, guys. And this is what I've done today. And I am going to show you the markup first, okay? Just in case you don't know what on earth I'm stitching. This is the piece by Charles Wysocki, okay? And you can pronounce it however you want. But this is the same author for Max as well. It's absolutely beautiful. I love this piece. I love both. And I'm going to stitch them both. And here we are, guys. Are you ready for the stitch count? Here we go. Oh, Laura says 350. 396, Lynn. Yes. Oh, thank you for your confidence. Andrea says 378. Andrea has to unlock herself to offer the stitches. Here we go. Shall I take a guess as well? I'm thinking 350. It's pretty good. 350. But I'm very happy to see higher numbers. Here we go. I'm going to count down to 3, 2, and 1. Oh, there you go. Very close. 365. Yes, absolutely. I think everybody is very close. Betty says 45. Betty, what have I done to you? It's not necessary. Oh, plus 300. Yes. Round of applause for Yogi. 345, but it's 365, Betty. So here we go. I'm very, very happy. Let me just stop this sprint here. Yes, very, very happy. And I am 7.88 in terms of percentage. Very, very happy. And I just felt like I was flying everywhere. Very good. And also 10 stitches. So it's a little bit faster, So not too shabby at all, is it? And so on that note, and a little bit faster, Yogi, today. And I will see you tomorrow for sure. And now is 20 minutes to 1 o'clock. Yogi is going to sign out and go to sleep. And I had a great time with you. And remember, next week, today, we're starting our paper challenge, okay? Blindfolded or not, your choice. But we're going to kick off our paper only challenge. So come join me. And yes, send me some Dolly love at 99 and send us to bed in Europe and the UK as well. And wherever you are, enjoy the rest of your day or night. And I will see you tomorrow. 99, everyone. Bye-bye. Keep stitching. Eat kale. And with vinegar. Oh, that was spinach. All right, then. Bye-bye tomorrow. See you tomorrow.